The SIWPC Global 2023. As I said, we are waiting for you. Thank you. Music.
Carnation Weddings. It was established in two scenarios, keeping in mind the quality and finish. Apart from which we partner to the needs of wedding planners in the country. It's a one-stop solution for our clients wherein we deliver the needs of our client. Our finest collection of props, both contemporary and traditional, designer linens, artifacts and luxury furniture in-house, gives us an edge to unveil the beauty of unexpected designs, be it traditional, contemporary or transitional. A wedding is a celebration of love, unity, and the beginning of a new journey. To make it a lifetime memorable moment, we focus on creating a warm and inviting atmosphere that reflects the client's personalities. We make it very interactive and engage guests, and ensure there's ample time for genuine connections and cherished memories. Our experience of executing more than 3,500 events to our credit. We not only have the expertise and insight to deliver dreams, by which we created incredible relationships with our clients. Our passion and confidence converge to deliver upscale decors. With years of experience and commitment, this made us reach where we are today. And finally, the wedding becomes truly unforgettable when it's filled with joy, laughter, and genuine love that resonates with all those present, leaving a lasting impact on their hearts. The vision of Anil Bernard Davies and his son, Ashwin Andrew Davies, father-son duo, have big dreams to take the business to dizzying heights.
So my boss told me we need an ad for a marketing agency, and I'm gonna run you through it real quick. So I think we should start with websites, because we do a really good job at them, like nice, super clean ones that get a lot of clicks. And they're pretty fun to use on phones too, so I think we should start with those. Oh, and social media stuff. We make some pretty funny memes and great content, but we should also probably throw in some infographic stuff at this point. Basically, we end up making our clients a ton of money, so the boss man will probably want to show that off. Think we can bring out our branding work? Yeah. Cool transition, and bang, we fill the screen with a bunch of awesome videos we've done. Oh, we should probably include the one we won an award for. We also know a bunch of famous people, like a lot of tech dudes, athletes, celebrities, fashion divas. Basically anything that needs to get marketed, we probably know a guy for that. So here I'm thinking fancy motion graphics. We name drop a couple of them, music builds up, and wham, company name. That's really good. I should get to work.
Hyderabad, a city steeped in rich cultural heritage, has transformed into a bustling hub of entrepreneurship and information technology. At the heart of this vibrant city lies Hitex. Established in 2003, Hitex is India's premium exhibition and convention center, spanning across an expansive 53 acres. Hitex has a spacious fair park of 50,000 square feet of lawn area and 3 remarkable halls, each spanning nearly 40,000 square feet. Hitex has hosted most lavish weddings and celebrations of the city. This premier wedding venue is now proud to introduce its latest edition, Hall 4, bigger and grander. Welcome to Hall 4, an unparalleled venue for your dream weddings and exquisite celebrations. Spanning a vast area of 86,000 square feet, Hall 4 can comfortably accommodate up to 8,000 people in theatre-style seating, while its floating capacity can reach a remarkable 15,000. Featuring 3 flexible partitions of 46,000, 20,000 and 20,000 square feet, Hall 4 ensures your event space can be tailored to meet your specific requirements. With provisions for light rigging, music rigging and decor fixtures, Hall 4 provides a canvas for your imagination to come alive. Hall 4's prestigious LEED Platinum Grade certification showcases our commitment to climate action. Hitex offers ample parking space for up to 3,000 cars, ensuring your guests' convenience. We welcome your choice of vendors for food, beverages and decor. Unleash your creativity with Hall 4's roof catwalk. It provides endless possibilities for stunning decor and mood lighting customizations. With 158 roof hanging provisions, each capable of holding 2 tons of weight, bringing your vision to life. Be a part of the extraordinary. Hall 4 is set to launch in April 2024 and pre-booking has already begun. Discover the epitome of elegance and versatility at Hall 4, the newest jewel in Hitex Exhibition Center. It all happens here at Hitex.
खोए हुए मन को एक रास्ता दिखाओ, विश्वास को फिर जगाओ।
कब मिलेंगे हम?
अपनी भागदौड़ को छोड़ो और इस जंगल की पुकार सुनो। छुपे हुए नजारों में खो जाओ, इंतजार मत करो।
कब मिलेंगे हम?
कहानियों को किताबों में मत रखो, जियो उनको एक बार। इतिहास का एक पल अपने साथ ले जाओ।
कब मिलेंगे हम?
रोज की रफ्तार को बदलो, थोड़ा रुक कर तो देखो। एक नए सफर में खुद को ढूंढो, इंतजार मत करो।
ఎప్పుడు కలుద్దాం మనం?
उम्र कितनी भी बड़ी हो, छोटे छोटे एहसास पाओ, अपने आप को फिर से पहचानो। खाने को एक नया मोड़ दो, अनेक स्वादों में घुल जाओ, इस मिठास के मजे लो।
कब मिलेंगे हम?
कला जो मिलती नहीं बाजारों में, पलती है इन हाथों में। कुछ अनोखा ले जाओ यहां से।
कब मिलेंगे हम? ఎప్పుడు కలుద్దాం మనం? कब मिलेंगे हम?
कब मिलेंगे हम?
एक कदम बढ़ाओ, एक नई धुन में मिल जाओ, इनकी खुशियों को गले लगाओ।
कब मिलेंगे हम?
इंतजार मत करो।
कब मिलेंगे हम?
जहां से भी आओ, अपनी ख्वाहिश यहां पाओ। आंध्र प्रदेश। कब मिलेंगे हम? हाथ जो दे कल्पना को आकार, आज भी बनाते हैं बचपन यादगार। अनेक कहानियां छुपी हैं इनमें, सुनो ज़बानी कलाकारों से यहां। आंध्र प्रदेश की कला को आपका इंतजार है। कब मिलेंगे हम? आंध्र प्रदेश टूरिज्म। करो अनुभव एक नया स्वाद, जो करे दिल को खुश। कुछ नया चक्कर तो देखो, हर पसंद के लिए कुछ तैयार है यहां। अनेक स्वादों को आपका इंतजार है। कब मिलेंगे हम? आंध्र प्रदेश टूरिज्म। नजारे जो आपका दिल बहला दे, अनोखे अनुभव जियो यहां पे। भाग दौड़ को रोक कर तो देखो, गंडीकोटा को आपका इंतजार है। कब मिलेंगे हम? आंध्र प्रदेश टूरिज्म। खुशियां बहती है इन नदियों में, अनेक नजारे शुरू होते हैं इन किनारों से। आपका इंतजार है। कब मिलेंगे हम? आंध्र प्रदेश टूरिज्म।
You haven't met.
शहर
Good
के
morning,
नजारों
everybody. So nice to see all of you back for day 2 of the Golconda Resorts and Spa Presents TCEI's SIWPC Global 2023. Day 2 looks like half a day, but trust me, there is so much action-packed that all of you would want for more. So requesting all of you, all those shaking hands at the entrances, request you to move closer to this stage, because let's give our speakers an amazing, amazing experience, because you know, the minute you have an audience, the speakers feel great, right? Their stories don't change, but the fact that their energy levels go up, let's help them. Requesting all of you to move closer. Yesterday I made that request. Some of you ignored me, like my wife. But I just want to try my luck again. If you're going to ignore me again, I'll walk up to you, call you by your name, and ask you to move to the rows ahead. Want me to do that? I'll do that for you. But requesting all of you, all of you looking dapper. Love what you're wearing. The creams and the golds and the whites. The inner you is shining. Our Mr. Khanna and your friends from that table. Request you to please join us in the front few rows. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I didn't call your name. Right. So the lady in blue and your friends on that table, requesting you to please move to the tables in the front.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hello and welcome to day 2 of TCEI.
Good morning.
Check, sound, check, sound, check. Thank you to the team at the console. Can we not mute the MC mics until last? Thank you once again.
A lot of people assume that the spectacle happens on stage, but trust me, turn your gaze off the stage and you see a different spectacle altogether. People looking dapper, wearing traditional clothes, and when we talk about temples, architecture, South, these are few things that come to your mind, and we are living up to the theme, aren't we? Those saris, always worth $1 million. Love what we see here. An amazing, amazing audience. Our speakers were the first ones to walk in, and maybe we have created the right kind of curiosity amongst them as well. So all we need is a great audience to take notes, learn, and then go create history. So lovely to see all our support, our sponsors, all of them being present here early in the day. Tuesday morning blues, whoever has heard that, surely does not exist today. All of us are up pumped for day 2 of SIWPC Global 2023. Console music. Console. All our friends on the console are absolute darlings. And the kind of party that we've had last night, if people take a few extra seconds to respond, I think that's absolutely livable. And the minute we start partying together, we know each other so well that even if I give them those death scares, they just don't respond. But they will sometime soon. Requesting you to unmute my friend Sahitya's microphone,
Hopefully you
please.
can convince them.
Can you hear me?
My.
You want to use my
finally
mic?
worked.
No, nah.
No,
I can hear you.
We're not that close yet, my darling, and I'm going to get in trouble with your lovely wife, and we're not risking that. But good morning, everybody. It's so nice to see everybody here bright and early, at least whoever showed up bright and early. But pull out your mobile phones, reach out to your colleagues who are still hopefully out there networking, grabbing some coffee, ask them to join us inside. In case you're out there still grabbing some coffee, I know you can hear us. You know exactly who I'm talking about. Grab your drinks, head on over inside. We have an amazing masterclass that we're going to get today started with, of course.
Not just one, but 2 master classes.
Yes, we have the incredible Nadia Duran in the house, and of course, stories by Joseph Radhik. Every single celebrity wedding in the country, we all wait for those coordinated image drops on Instagram that we can all lust after and looks absolutely dreamy and beautiful.
I don't know whether Instagram makes images beautiful or do the photographers make Instagram beautiful. Debatable.
I think he might take a little bit of offense to that, considering all of the hard work that they've put in.
They make Instagram beautiful for sure.
For
Period.
sure, definitely.
Right,
They
let's leave
light
it
up
at
our
that.
feeds, and it's absolutely amazing. I've had a sneak peek at both of their presentations. I know it's interesting. There's incredible takeaways for everybody. So we're requesting everyone who's gathered outside to please join us inside in the ballroom. We'd like to start in the next few minutes.
Thank you. Requesting all of you to please, just to reiterate what Saitya just said, please reach out to your friends who are there in the expo area exchanging cards with people. I promise all of them are going to be here another 5 minutes so they can do the networking in-house right here while listening to the amazing panel that's just about to start. So thank you so much. Give me 2 more minutes and then we will get going. Thank you. Console music.
First.
Hello and good morning. Can we get a good morning back, please, 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 everybody? Oh, lovely. Some of them are alive and kicking, aren't they?
Well, Vanakkam Vandanam Namaskar. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Golconda Resorts and Spa presents TCEI's SIWPC Global 2023. It's co-sponsored by Carnation Weddings and powered by SSP Events. And can I just say, my name is Sahitya Jagannathan. It's an absolute pleasure to be your host today, along with the lovely
Harish Bharadwaj. It's been a pleasure talking to each one of you over the past 24 hours or so. Thank you so much for being here. Yesterday, we have presented the hospitality and warmth of Hyderabad on a platter for everybody to experience.
And my, last night was absolutely sensational I could see Sukhwinder Singh and pretty much so many faces out here on the dance floor rocking it, and it was stunning to see. And that food by Food Link. Oh, my.
I'm not wasting a single word trying to describe that because that was just...
I think foodgasm is the word for it, but I think that expression serves it.
Absolutely
does more justice
right,
to it than any other word can.
And our guests, the way they managed to set the floor on fire, Teddy, the next time we might just send you an invitation just to come and shake a leg with us. Thank you so much.
I think wedding planners in the country can say, Teddy will make your ceilings look stunning and then make your dance floor rock as well. And that can be the new marketing tactic that there is, because how stunning did he look? And ooh, those moves.
Setting the ceilings and the dance floor on fire by Teddy, right? So that's, you need to pay royalty for that line now. Okay. Even though we have spent just one day together, what really matters is the number of memories that we have created.
And we had some incredible masterclasses yesterday.
The panel, the masterclasses, and the best part of the panel is the beautiful way in which they chose to disagree at times, and that is how we want the discussions to be, right? And all of that has been put together by a team just to walk us through the memories that we have created the last 24 hours. So, presenting the show reel of day one of SIWPC Global 2023. Let's jog back and then leap forward. All yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, that lovely video and all of the pictures and videos that this incredible crew that you see around here, they're part of Karan Soma's crew. So can we please give them a huge round of applause? They've been doing an incredible job.
The story box has opened, and what it has given is a beautiful memory of day one of SIWPC Global 2023.
And at your tables, you will have tent cards with QR codes on them. Feel free to scan those, take a selfie, and all of your pictures will be right there for you to access. Feel free to tag us at SIWPC when you do upload them. We'd love to see them as well. But I think it's only fair that we get Karan Soma up here on stage, show him some love. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Karan Soma. Karan, wherever you are, can we have you on stage, please?
Let's put a face to the name and the brand. There is the guy, Karan Soma. Lovely having you here. Please put your hands together. His entire team has been running around, capturing beautiful images for us to make sure we never, ever forget what we've experienced yesterday and today.
And Shravan, can we please have you on stage to felicitate Karan here, please? Thank you to you and your team. I must say, I know photographers' pet peeves are when we hand over our smartphones and say, can you take a picture for us? Your team's been doing all of that with a smile, and for that we're eternally grateful.
Please put your hands together for Karan Soma from the story box.
Thank you, Karan. Thank you to you and the entire team. You guys have been doing an incredible job. Thank you. Do you think we built him up enough? Do you think we'll get nice pictures today as well?
I've shared both our numbers. He's going to be sharing the pictures
Good.
right away.
That's nice to know. For once, we'll wrap up an event and have pictures the same day.
Ooh, surprise.
I know, right?
Now it's time to thank another partner who has played an important role in helping us put all of this together.
We'd like to take a moment to thank the team from our core group. Can we please give them a huge round of applause? And ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming on stage Rohit Chopra and Soni Singh. I believe they have a short presentation that they put together for us. So if we can have you join us right here at the podium, please.
Podium mics on, please, console. Thank you. Let me just like change up.
Hello everyone, good morning to Hyderabad, and I hope all of you are having great hospitality, great stay at Accor hotels. So thank you so much for this opportunity. I and Rohit are here to give you some great videos from Accor. Rohit?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for your time. I think you really enjoyed the hospitality of Accor globally as well as in India. We have 5,500 hotels worldwide, 100 countries. To begin with, we like to show our latest brand ambassador, which we launched just a month ago, which was for our membership loyalty program, which you are the member, is our brand ambassador, Katrina Kaif. Oh no, sorry. As usual, sorry, technology. So we start with our...
Can you play this video?
I think one of the best ways to prepare for any role is observation. Observing people, observing their body language, the way they talk, the way they move. So for one of my films, I was playing a businesswoman, and I wanted to make some observations about how they act, the way they dress, how they conduct themselves in meetings. And I found a secret way to observe them. And with my all membership, there is always access to an executive lounge for me. So I would be going to the Accor hotels, executive lounges like the Sofitel in Mumbai, which is one of my favorite hotels. Observing the businesswoman, just watching them, seeing their body language, maybe chatting with some of them while having a coffee. It was the perfect preparation. And of course, now that I'm a businesswoman in my own life as well, I think I still benefit from some of those observations.
The next one is your own beautiful home, which we call Raffles Udaipur. I think all of you have visited. Just have a little glimpses so that you can remember. If you have not been there, I would request you to be in this 2023 to visit that property. It's amazing.
Fairmont Jaipur. Can we play the video, please? Sorry, this Fairmont Jaipur video. After this, why it's not playing? This is Novotel Goa Dona Silvia, which is our private beach property.
Qui me souriait. Et j'ai crié, Abby, pour qu'elle revienne. Et j'ai pleuré, oh j'avais chaud de peine.
This was some of our top hotels where we target, as in where we ask your support for weddings. Of course, we do have a few more hotels. I would like to thank SIWPC to give us this chance to present Accor Hotels on stage. Now, I would like to call my colleague Indu Khatri, who is Director of Sales and Marketing for Fairmont Jaipur, on stage. Reshu Tyagi, who is Director of Sales and Marketing for Raffles Udaipur. And Nimish, who take care of Novotel Donna Silvia, on stage. Can we have all of you here, please? Indu, since you are here, just to thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having us here. We had a great time yesterday, and I believe we'll have more fruitful day today. Thank you so much, and have a good day, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. Just a little brief about Accor. I know we are expanding in a big manner. I just want to brief you that in India we have 60 hotels, and we are 20 hotels in pipeline. This year we will have an opening of Novotel Jaipur. We have few coming in Goa, and just keep a close watch on our site and the launches, and we look forward to welcome you all. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity. And I know we have taken time, a little extra, but it was okay. It was second day. People have partied a lot. Another 5 minutes doesn't matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can I get you all to join me center stage, please? The four of you. If I can have the four of you center stage, if you don't mind. And may I please invite on stage Mr. Arjun Singh and Mr. Devendra Singh. Gentlemen, if we can have you join us on stage to felicitate the lovely team from Accor Group.
Yeah, sorry I'm disturbing you guys again. I know your time is very precious. We had limited time, but I want to invite very important person who heads the global sales MICE of India, Mr. Muhammad Ali. He is also joining us. May I request Muhammad Ali to come in, because he's a very key person for you for global when you go for Europe, America, or Australia. Muhammad, can we have you on the stage, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the team from Accor Group, Mr. Arjun Singh and Mr. Devendra Shastri with us here on stage. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for being so gracious and joining us here. Thank you. Thank you once again. I know you're around for the duration of the conference. I'm sure everyone would love to interact with you, figure out having lovely events at the property. They look truly stunning. Thank you once again. Thank you, sir. Truly appreciate the sense of humor and the wit on stage. So thank you for that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a panel discussion, Shaadi Ke Global Effects. Earlier, when we used to plan weddings in India, we were trying to see what were the trends in the US, what were the trends in the Europe, and how we could incorporate them in Indian weddings. But times have changed. What's happening here, what's happening globally with the Indian diaspora is now leaching into other cultures and their weddings, and that's what this panel on stage is going to be discussing. How all of a sudden, conventional Western weddings are having sangeets because they had an Indian friend's wedding that they went to, and they decided to have some choreographed dance numbers. We're also going to find out what are the other trends and how the Indian wedding industry is influencing the global wedding industry. And to tell you a little bit more of Shaadi Ke Global Effects, you've heard this man go on and on and on from yesterday. He's been my partner in crime, but indulge me a moment while I introduce him, because he's going to be the moderator for this panel. He studied engineering, but as with most engineers, I believe he's better at doing something else quite well. That seems to be the trend in India. He's a passionate storyteller. He works in theater. He can sing a little bit. He's clearly the master of the spoken word. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Harish Bharadwaj. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you so much, Saitya.
You know, all of yesterday, I was hurrying every other moderator in terms of how quickly they're going to introduce their panelists. I'm starting your timer right now, my friend. Good luck.
Oh, that hurts. Thank you so much, Saitya. Right, again, I'm not going to say welcome one more time because I've done that way too many times since morning. If I say that the world is waking up to India, that would be a great disservice to this amazing culture that we already have. They already knew us, but now they're looking at us with a lot of expectations. And today, we're going to be talking about how do we take the shadi, the wedding, to the globe. What is it that we can take to the globe? And to discuss about that, I have a stellar panel with me today. Starting with the founder of True Events and Worldwide Weddings, and also the founder-president of EMF Global, which has its presence in 6 countries, the first Indian to receive the doctorate in events from a French university. He has curated more than 1,200 momentous experiences over the last 2 decades in destinations, you name it, he has in his kitty. With the solutions for luxury charter flights and open decor, please join me in welcoming Dr. Jaideep Mehta. Let's have his video, please.
True Events creates an history by hosting the first ever Indian wedding in Egypt. A grand welcome to Boeing 777 flying non-stop from Ahmedabad to Sharm el-Sheikh.
Ladies and gents, this is the moment you've waited for.
बहुत स्वागत है आपका big welcome to Arjun and Ruti's grand celebration. I want to see you all happy, enjoying to the fullest, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है एक ही लाइफ है, जितना मजे करें उतना अच्छा। शादी वाला घर है, शादी में तो मतलब सबसे ज्यादा मजे होने चाहिए, है ना? तो I want you all to have fun tonight. It's that place called the light up. 911, I'm a fire. Evacuate, evacuate. My moves are super sick. I need a doctor quick. This is an SOS. I need assistance fast. 911, I'm a fire. It's that place called the light up. 911, I'm a fire. Evacuate, evacuate.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together as I invite on stage Dr. Jaideep Mehta. Pleasure having you with us, Chief. Yours. And let me also tell you, today I'll be sitting next to the person who sits next to the Prime Minister. Right. So the next person who's going to be joining us in the panel, a seasoned art director with over 135 movies to his name, and he's a brand by himself. If you remember the term, Bomali. You know the grand visuals that were there on screen. So Arundhati came from the brain of this super brain. Tevar Magan, the Tamil movie, the flood scenes has its own fan base. it still resonates with us. It looked that real. That still came from this person. Names: Shakuntalam, Okkadu, Master. The movie list is long. The award list is longer, but the respect endless. Please invite on stage Mr. Ashok Kurlat. Thank you, Chief. Lovely having you here. We also have with us Mr. Ankon Mitra. Architecture is the term. If you don't know, search for that, because that's going to throw you a lot of surprises. It puts together origami and architecture. I know it's a lot to process. Just to make it easy, we're going to show a few of his work so that we know what we're talking about. Quickly, can we have our master Ankon Mitra's work on the stage? Thank you. You want me to answer that question? I can answer that question. We are serious because we were expecting something else. But not a great screen to use as a filler. But now that you've done that, please also do show Ankon Mitra's work, please. Oh, yeah, there it is. So origami, if you look at it, it's the art of folding. A lot of people assume that it's art of folding paper. But with Ankon, he has worked with materials, you name it, he's worked with that. So it's about folding with a pattern, create something that many a times lasts a lifetime. So these are some of the works. Can we quickly move on? A few more images so that we get a better understanding of the work of Mr. Ankon Mitra. Nice, 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 nice. Look at the scale, the size, the grandeur, and all of this happens in his studio where he makes one fold at a time. His work has been exhibited in India, Italy, France, UK, USA, Japan, the Netherlands, Brazil, China. A TEDx speaker, somebody who's put together origami and architecture, and he shares a vision of a universe forming and dissolving from acts of folding. He is exploring one fold at a time. Please, let's have on stage Mr. Ankon Mitra. Lovely having you here. Please. Next we have Mr. Amit Mirpuri. Right, he has helped revive traditional art forms, especially from Andhra Pradesh. Design Studio, with its head office in Visakhapatnam, has built a brand that has done projects all over the country and now venturing outside too. His direct collaboration with his clients allowed them to put their own personal stamp on their homes, be it Novotels, Radissons, Farsi Cafes or Fenicinis. This is the man who designed them all. Please put your hands together as I invite on stage Amit Mirpuri. And then, okay, the minute this man stands up, the shadows are cast on the stage. You know who I'm talking about. The next person is an extremely passionate individual about sports and arts. He's been running Akarshana events and entertainments for over 14 years, and he has done weddings events in Bali, Indonesia, Mauritius, New Jersey, Dubai, Sri Lanka, Thailand, to name a few. He has won awards on international platform and has been the best wedding planner 3 times, year 2016, 18, 19. Before I call out the name, let's have the video for Akarshana events. Thank you so much. And with that, let's put our hands together to invite on stage Shravan Madiraju, also the convener of SIWPC 2023. Okay, so now that's the panel, guys. Now we're left with 12 minutes. I think we can start with the felicitations. Okay, so let's cut to the chase. The first question is to Dr. Jaideep Mehta. I realize that your story started global, right? He had the word global in his name because he knew his target audience. So tell me, how did you envision that? Something that we are trying to understand. We want to go global, but you already started from there. What was the vision and what was the whole idea behind it?
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for inviting me on this platform, and big shout out for Shravan and Balram and the entire team of TCEI to put such a humongous and most experiential convention I come across. So a huge round of applause for TCEI and SIWPC himself. It's a great initiative. It started with our Prime Minister. I was serving him for 8 years, and it was only political and corporate business I was into. And then came in this experiential wedding business. Mm-hmm. So knowing how India celebrates wedding, there's a huge magnitude which Indian wedding has, and there are thousands of players in it. I said, if at all we do, the niche one would be the right target segment, which is going to go a long way. So I selected to celebrate globally. So I have an office in West Palm Beach, Florida. Is where we started 10 years back. And there are a lot of Asians and Indians who are born and raised there, want to enjoy and experience those Indian kind of wedding. They don't want to come to India to get married in palaces and on the beach. So they are the ones who started. So we started celebrating from US and then came back to India, celebrating Indian weddings. A huge amount of exposure is there in that space. And they are the ones who are away from India, so they are more Indian and they want the celebration accordingly to happen. So we started from US, then migrated to Europe, and then Turkey, and now we are following with Egypt. So it's an overall celebration of Indian weddings in a global destination with the same emotions of getting married. It's a huge gratitude that comes when you do it for our own community outside India. Not that it's not here within our country, but the exposure is humongous. So the scale of also weddings outside India is not as big as what we have here, but equally big and good when you celebrate there. So that is the take which we took it, and not opening offices in India. We opened office outside India, and that too in US. And that's the territory, South Beach, and entire Florida as a state and as a Vegas. And that are the celebration locations. Normally they celebrate their social events.
Fabulous. And let me also tell you, he's somebody who looks at opportunities and even challenges and creates opportunities out of them. A lot of wedding planners I have spoken to, they said that COVID was such a lull. And that was the time when Dr. Mehta managed to do the longest destination wedding in the Bahamas, 7 days, 6 nights. How did you pull that off?
So COVID was, everybody was out of business, right? We were struggling to survive. That is the time, US also slightly liberal, but they had a lot of COVID protocols to do any celebration. So we were invited that this date is decided, we have to celebrate. So we proposed Bahamas. Bahamas has its own, like Dubai, they have their own protocols and norms to live life. All right, it's an island and it's controllable. So we proposed a 6-night, 7-day wedding. We checked in on the 25th of December, checked out on the 31st. It was the longest 6-night, 7-day wedding, 250 guests at the world's biggest Grand Hyatt in Bahamas. It was a celebration. And not to quote, but millions were spent and it was celebrated. So it's how you take, opportunity in, that is the time when budget was not an issue, celebration was important. And the client was ready to make sure all protocol is taken care and still the celebration wouldn't stop. So I said COVID was the time where we went all the way from India to Bahamas and did one of the largest weddings, 6 nights, 7 days in Bahamas. So there's a will, there's a way. So I always feel tough times are there, but we all are dream merchants, right? We turn dreams into reality. So that was what wedding planners are all about. So this is the thing which I would say everyone, the tough times will come. And I'm sure pandemic, we all went through a tough time. But if you have a right client, you have the right way to celebrate and keep everything intact in place, believe me, there's no looking back, and it was one of his kind, and we feel proud that we got an opportunity. Client empowered us to do something nice, and we could do it.
Thank you so much. Now with that, I will very quickly move across to my own friend Onkon. And Onkon is a Bengali, but born and brought up in Delhi. Mr. Ashok is from Kerala. I am a Mallu, born and brought up in Bengal. We are just three. Add one more, we can form a union, call a strike. Right? So I'll quickly move across to Onkon. Could you just take your mic? Very interesting conversation that I had with Vin day before yesterday. I said, your work of art is fickle. And in no time, he responded by saying, so is life. Right? So tell me more about origami. A lot of people assume that it's something that's not going to be strong. So how do I create installations out of that? So how did you start? What was your trigger point? And at what point did you feel you can actually scale it up and create something that can be there and be the centerpiece?
Thank you for having me. I am a bit out of sorts here, actually. I am at the periphery of this
Spend a little more time. The wedding industry will take you in. You don't worry about that.
My interest is actually in mathematics, in space, in sculpting space, and no better material than paper, which is so inexpensive and so easy to access. And I can take some credit for making paper art almost unaffordable now.
Thank you.
But really, on a more serious note, I was already creating art for spaces using the folding technique. There's folding all around us. We are made of folding. We do all our work with these folds, 16 folds in the hand. We are made from folding because our DNA is all folded. So that kind of comes into an expression where the light plays on any flat material which you put a pleat on. There's that magic that starts to happen with light and shadow. So I would bring that expression through the folds. And the association with events kind of happened very organically. I was creating art and I was creating light and things like that for permanent spaces. I'm an architect by training. And from that, said that, okay, your material can be ephemeral because events are ephemeral. Correct. You are in that moment, you are enjoying the beauty of that moment. And how can my art kind of come in and the art looked at as ephemeral? I just want to bring in one point here, which is the ecological side of things, that there is a lot of wastage that happens just in the way that the event industry works. So coming totally from the opposite direction and, kind of saying this out loud in a large platform like this, that everybody who is in events should start looking at, ways in which we can curtail this. And my technique comes in very handy here because you can flat pack things, you can make them smaller, you can store them. When they open out, they occupy very large spaces. It's easy to transport. If you preserve the material properly, it's possible to use it and build a life in the material also. So it's not just you put lakhs and lakhs of flowers and then you trash them sort of thing after the event. So all event people can, start having industry cross partnerships where, the flower vendor ties up with the pool company and then they make incense out of it, and then maybe for your next event you use that incense. So it also brings a wonderful connect. And origami is about that connect. You start with, a tree that becomes paper, that becomes, and then becomes pulp and goes back into the ground and, nourishes the tree. So that cyclical thing, if, in events we can bring that into this, it's an amazing thing that, can happen.
So you have accepted the blame of making paper art unaffordable?
Yes,
You did
yes,
it, right?
yes.
Okay. So let me quickly take you through the conversation we had day before yesterday. Both of us having Bengal roots. We have seen that happen in Durga Puja. 6 months, the artisans actually make the idol, and on the 10th day, they take it and then put it in the Ganga. It is dissolved, it's gone. So yes, we understand art being created for a moment, and then we let it go as an artist. I would love to move my gaze to Ashok, right? Ashok, you have worked as an art director for projects that's going to be here. People are going to be talking about it for years to come now. And now you are also designing for weddings. When you design, do you keep your customer in mind? Like, for example, in a movie, the customer is the person who buys the ticket. Do you try to capture their imagination through your work? And minute we're talking about weddings, your customer are the people who are celebrating their special day. How customer-centric is your perception? How customer-centric is your work?
Good morning. Thank you for SIWPC to inviting me in the stage. Thank you very much. The film art direction and the wedding event is a very absolutely different stage actually. Film art direction is come with a bounded script. They have one well-planned script in behind. Very easy to imagination, do the imaging what things has please needed. But that wedding settings and all, there's a very difficult way to make a script, a new script, what client having in mind, then make a new designs for that, that go through their visions. It's very difficult. But okay, but the film settings, we need not to look like first impact, because we are seeing the film setting, we are seeing through a third eye, as a film camera eye.
Through the lens.
Yeah, that we can create anything after impact that is different totally. Welcome to the wedding set. First impression should get a wow. The look should be there. Then only we are success. Otherwise, we are. There's a different. Then even the lighting method, everything is different in the film settings. Here, concentrating in a center focus is there, the main stage. There film settings, we have to different type of the treatment.
Treatment. The treatment is very different.
Yeah, treatment
right?
is very different.
Okay, because in the film we look it through a lens, but in real life it has to look beautiful and spick and span from all sides that we look at.
Yeah.
Right? So that 360 degrees something. Okay, so which one do you enjoy more? Let's be honest.
Film setting, that is our main target. But
because the definition is very clear.
Yeah, that is clear.
Now it's for us to change his opinion.
But
right? We have to change his opinion sometime soon.
But somewhat I like films, that movie, the wedding setting also.
So are you trying to say that in films we don't have an event manager, but in weddings we have an event manager who makes your life difficult, which is why you don't like it?
No.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. Right. Okay. So there, the definition is very clear. This is the outcome. This is what you want. The storyboarding is clear, and then you go ahead and design. So that makes life slightly easy for you, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Fabulous. Okay. Now let me turn my gaze towards the interior designer. It's somebody who has worked with spaces really well, understands spaces really well, worked with traditional art forms. So when the first time somebody walked up to you and said, hey, you know what? You need to design a wedding for me. I know that was the expression, but you need to add a little more words to that expression now.
So yeah, that was actually the first expression I had when somebody said design. So when it comes to, say, we design a lot of bars and restaurants also. So, we come with an innate understanding of how the stage should be placed, or how, your placement of tables, chairs, your gaze, where the element, as soon as you enter a party or something, like when you're in a bar, you walk in, your first gaze should be at the bar.
Great.
So that you know that this is the hub of all the action, and then how to create action points throughout the whole event. So doing a cocktail party came very easy to me. So we did a lot of that initially. So we did these really large cocktail parties by the beach in Vizag, and we did, so we do the designs, and then we have someone to help us execute that. So what happened, what came easily was, of course, making drawings, AutoCAD layouts. That's something we do on a daily basis in interior design. But when it came to a wedding, the nuances and talking to the bride, that took it out of me a little bit. But luckily we had very able event managers to help us execute it, and they took the brunt of the most of the bride's demands. But yeah, when it comes to creating something really interesting, I think what I enjoyed about it was creating something more whimsical than you can actually, because it doesn't need to be practical.
Correct.
Right? It can just be over the top. It can be, you can go crazy. We did this whole enchanted forest theme for their wedding, and we did a carnival theme kind of elevated with, a Ferris wheel at the background and those kind of things. We had done some stuff which you can do when you have open spaces and you've got like a open playground to play with. In interiors, it kind of becomes a little more practical, and you have to think about longevity. You have to think about so many things. But ultimately, all of us are here, everybody here is creating art. And I think that collaboration between us doing the interior design, coming into with an artist or with an art director, with an event manager, that collaboration, I think, always works better than one person doing something. So I think that's where the events that we did worked.
Okay. So I hear you say that in a wedding, when you design, it's not going to be lasting forever, so you can go OTT. When you say that, do I sense you've started to enjoy the space now?
I don't want to say this in public.
Yes, go. Yes, okay. So, Ashok sir, you're going to be the next person to make this confession in front of everybody. I've started to enjoy designing for weddings. I see that you've started enjoying because you can...
I did have a good time. I didn't enjoy the sunburn because 4 days of being in the sun had to, sending me to clinics and stuff after that. But the rest of the time was good fun.
Lovely. Thank you so much for sharing that. So, now, let me have a word with Shravan. You and your brother, when you started working, okay, I'm pretty sure you were not looking at the global stage already. You're doing a lot of work. What was the inflection point, that point when you felt, you know what, I want to go global and I can go global? Walk us through that transition, because a lot of us would want to know that.
I'm born and brought up in Hyderabad. So I've never imagined a 250 people or a 300 people wedding, because you know how Hyderabad scale is all about, and we are used to doing those huge sets thanks to art directors like Anand Sai and Ashok sir. We've collaborated and started doing weddings for 15,000, 20,000 people. Not even a wildest dream where we imagined the significant change. But post-COVID, the complete changeover. We had to design something for it, and we have to show options. So the urge for the destinations have started. That's when we started working in. And post-COVID, we've done weddings for 250 people in Bali. I've done weddings in Mauritius, Bahrain, and I've never imagined that I'm going to book Boeing. We booked a Dreamliner taking 350 guests from Hyderabad all the way to Bahrain for a 4-day wedding celebration. So yeah, it's a great change, and I'm loving both the volume, which is used to since long, but this is definitely new, but we have masterized in it.
Okay, interesting. Now I'm going to put you in a spot, because we know for a fact that the wedding industry is huge. If I remember the statistics right, it's bigger than the automobile industry in India. But we are still not recognized as an industry. And now that we're talking about going global, how does being recognized as an industry could help us? We know the answer is yes, it's going to help. But I want to ask you, what are the things that we can do to get there?
I mean, me as a person, individual, I like collaborating, like how my work, if you see most of my work, we've collaborated with art directors. I think I'm lucky enough to work with Ankan, Ashok sir, Anand sir. So, like that. Now, if you see today, our first edition of SIWPC was only for within Telangana. Then we have opened doors, we've spread hands. So we have seen across India, participation and across the globe. I mean, when you start collaborating, I think, like, like Hyderabad, Telangana tourism was, if seeing the minister has come for the curtain raiser, he was there here for the launch, he was there for yesterday's party. When we went for a meeting to invite him, he told me and Balram and our General Secretary and a lot of our people from TCEI, when we went to the government, he told exact these words: tell me, what do you want? What do you want? I will make a single window access for you guys. You tell me what do you want, what tourism can help you. If you have such kind of a support from government, and if we
that
from
different deserves a round of applause.
Different states, if the different states, all event managers association, that's what the initiative was with Korea. What is it happening? Something like this, strongly you come up. I don't think this is something impossible. I think we will be achieving it very soon, is what I definitely feel.
It's just about time, is what you say.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to redirect the same question to Dr. Mehta. Right. The recognition as an industry is surely going to help. What is it that leaders like you, like Shravan, all the industry leaders can do to help us get that status?
See, first of all, we all have to accept there's a parallel economy which is going.
Correct.
We should encourage that numbers should come, so that you get the respect only when you have the numbers.
Correct.
Huge amount of spending is happening on jewelry, clothing, food, decor. But huge amount of money is not going the way it should have been going. Internationally, when you do business, the money is quantified.
Correct.
Because everything is happening in Forex. So that's a transaction which is happening, which is quantified. The day we get into this business, we all people sitting in the house believes we start with 50%, 70%, and over time 100%. Money comes, I'm sure the numbers only will get you that recognition as an organized industry. Now, the first movement by our Honorable Prime Minister, 6 months back, he announced, I want interstate destination weddings to happen. This itself is a recognition that he's recognized the industry. We, a delegation from EMF, had visited him because under his blessings, when he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, is the birth of EMF Global. Okay. All right, so we said we all the regional associations unite, because a nation is incomplete without regional uniting together. So that is the actual initiative. All regional associations unite, becomes a body, and believe me, Prime Ministers all gaga, because through events, Gujarat has become the event capital for Vibrant Gujarat, Kite Festival, all our other festivals. It has got India on a global platform. A lot of MOUs have happened, business has happened. So as you say, if the industry already is recognized, it has to be more organized and more respectful to be done, like real estate or agriculture. But believe me, we are going to have the hockey graph. Correct. What we have started in 10 years, believe me, next 10 years, we're going to go rocket speed. And it's not only going outside India becomes global. A lot of global partners coming to our own country. That is your approach. It should be the two-way communication, should be the global way of thinking. Just going out of a country and taking our revenues out, it is not global. Correct. Getting those people. So I would give a small example that we have a client in Africa. He wanted to celebrate the Indian way, because when all these people, when they come to our country, they get obsessed and moved by the colors, architecture, designs. We have so much heritage. He said, we want to celebrate the Indian way, which is the best way to do it. And then we proposed them a Maharaja theme. Our Air India also talks about the Indian Maharaja. So because royalty belongs loudly with the Indians. So we created an entire party, which was his 40th birthday, where all those
the Maharaja, Maharani.
Maharaja and Maharani theme. So they took off the jackets and we draped them with all those royalty Indian, and the entire party looked like an Indian Maharaja Maharani party. So a lot of Indian culture, our costumes, our designs, our dances, our food. Believe me, in UK, you go to any Asian restaurant, Indian chicken curry and all of our curries are the most popular stuff. So we become the brand ambassadors. Everybody in this house take Indian culture to the world. There's so much to explore and so much to monetize our culture instead of adopt. Obviously, it's two-way community. We adopt their culture as well. But our culture has so much of content, so much of variety that, abundance. Believe me, there's no end to it. And we've been doing very effectively last 10 years across the globe. And believe me, that we all together start marketing it, it is going to be one of the best things to offer to the world. And believe me, that should be the trend for the next coming 10 years.
Fabulous, fabulous. That's a great point made. Now, if you look at the topic, it's talking about Shadi ke global effects. We are seeing the global effect of Shadi because we have an origami artist plus architecture coming into the folds of wedding, an art director who has hundreds of films to his name coming into the fold, an interior designer coming into the fold. The wedding industry is taking people in, and as it takes people in, it's going to get bigger. So, like for example, we were talking about how origami and architecture, when in a wedding, it reaches the masses, more people get to know about it. I think in a quick sentence, how do you see the wedding industry helping your art form?
The abstract becomes more real because you can experience it in a museum. When the work is there, there are a certain number of people and a certain kind of audience that goes. Also, I'd like to add, my technique already is kind of international because there's a network of folding enthusiasts. It's very niche. What I have been striving also to do is to Indianize it. So everywhere where I try to work, in Hyderabad, we've done work where we've worked with Tholu Bomalata, the shadow puppetry technique coming onto the origami. In Kerala, we've worked with artisans to do kalamkari into the origami. We did a wedding with the wedding design company in Dubai, where we took Madhubani art from from Bihar, and we took it into the work, and it was really appreciated because the family had the Rajasthan family, but they had some roots in Bihar. They had businesses in Bihar, so they really appreciated that. Zardozi from Hyderabad and Lucknow coming into the fabric pleating. So these are things which, we are so rich in terms of crafts. All of that can, become really, really international now. So I think that is the way forward. Like Shravan was saying, collaborations are the thing because different people come with different sets of strengths.
Correct. It's all about putting them together, weaving
and
it to
together
one.
we come and we, build not only the wedding industry. I mean, the next 25 years is the Amrit Kal of India, as our Prime Minister loves to say.
And now that you've attended SIWPC, you can't say that you're an outsider anymore, ever. Right? You are an insider as much as anybody. Now, due to paucity of time, one word, all of you take your mics, one word, an event that you design. What is the impression that you want to leave in one word? Event that you design, what is the impression that you want to create?
Wow.
Okay. Amit?
A vibe.
Vibe. Oh, we are vibing, aren't we? Fabulous. Nice. Chief?
I say lifetime impression, yeah.
Lifetime impression. Ashok sir? What is that one impression that you want to create on the work that you do for a wedding?
Yes, wow.
Wow, oh, fabulous. Okay. You have worked together, right? Okay, I know the end result already. It must have been wow. Ankon, one word before we open up for one or two questions and then we'll wrap it up.
Expansion of the mind.
Hits the nail, right? One fold at a time, you unravel it and then it expands, an expansion of the mind. Fabulous. Thank you so much, panelists. Lovely to hear from you. Quick questions. I can somehow feel the right side of my face is burning. Sahit has been staring at me because I've run 30 seconds of time. Right, quick questions, please.
That's the only reason why you think?
I hope so. Right, questions, show of hands. Yes, sir.
We are seeing you from the initial days. I just wanted to know whether you decide the customer or customer decides and comes to you.
Ashok sir, right? The question is for?
Whether customer decides and comes to you or
the question
you
is for Ashok sir, I'm assuming?
Rather to the everybody. Is the
everybody, okay. Yeah. So you decide the customer or does the customer decide you? Who wants to answer that? Only two people can answer. So the fastest fingers first.
Initial stages, we used to chase customers. So once you do a great job, they'll start finding you wherever you are. So,
right? Do we agree to that, all of us?
Absolutely. Because in the top crest, very few who are dependable, all right? Everybody gives a great presentation, but it's not overcommit, under-deliver. So ultimately, they will only choose who's dependable. And this is life's most momentous days.
They would not, if I get a heart attack, I will go to a doctor who's dependable and not somebody who is talented. So this is a dependable industry, who is dependable. And believe me, I would say, the industry we belong to, we are not here to prove. We all should improve. And if we keep doing that, that's the best thing, I think. Yeah.
So we're not here to prove, we are here to improve. So the learning is endless. That's the point we're trying to make.
And we hear that from Mr. Dependable himself.
Oh, yes, yes,
So
yes.
we have time for one more question. Do we have any more questions from the audience?
One more question, anybody, before we move on? Yes, I see one hand going up there, right behind the camera.
Hi, this is TG Anand from Bangalore, Team Universe, and also representing KEMA. My question is, we have been doing a lot of events in local Bangalore, South India, and sometimes even North India also. But how to take our business global? Destination weddings, destination MICE events. So we need the people who have done a lot of big weddings. And
I'll direct that question to Shravan.
Shravan and...
Right, and then I'll come to Jedisa, because Jedisa started his office there. So your first step was on across the globe.
So how is definitely that one opportunity, so you grab it. So say, suppose if you ask me how did I start doing it, I was very lucky enough. If you see those Golconda Resort, I mean 7 years back, I've done Suresh Reddy ji's daughter wedding in Mauritius. That opportunity, when I got it, then later I've got to know how big is this wedding, destination's wedding going to be. Then I started doing a lot of research, going to each country, spending some time with great planners who are already successful, meeting them, collaborating with them. So that's, collaborating is the only mantra. Like, it is not a rocket science. Whoever is doing a great job in any particular country, you meet a DMC, meet with them and do it. Now you have Inventum Global. That's one of the best DMCs if you want to do a wedding in Turkey or in boardroom. You just meet them and you get enough good exposure. It's that you just have to reach them.
Fabulous. Dr. Mehta.
See, initially when we started, so go to the spaces which you think you can belong to. Going global is very easy or not difficult. It's basically you have to know your own strengths. That this is the space I think it's Middle East I belong to, or it's Europe I belong to, or it's US and any other markets I belong to. And then invest at least 1 year going to the best conventions of that country. Start collaborating with people, start meeting people first of all. They find you worth it, you find them worth it, and you collaborate. Meet the tourism boards that you are serious in this business and what marvel you created in your own country, now you want to expand. It's a 1,000-day cycle. Believe me, in 3 years, the spade work, the time investment which you do there, meeting the right people, right association, right conventions, then you are really confident to take that job. Easy to get business, difficult to execute it. And internationally, anything you go wrong, it's in dollars. It's not easy because here at least there's emotion, references. In case you go wrong, there are some people to support you. There you are loner in that space. Unless until you're not perfect. On time is late. Internationally, you have to be before time. In our place spaces is different. 1 hour here or there, it is understood. But there it's punishable. Everything counts money. So when you go in that space, the entire discipline is different. Way they think is different. Way they want from you. It's like customer delight is at next level. Here it is more emotional. If the bride's father or groom's father is happy, everything is gaga. It's not there. They want dinner, sit down at sharp 6:30, it is 6:30. It's not 6:35. So entire thought process, everything is different. Going out is easy. It's you have to decide your space, which part of the world you think you can do justice. Get in that space, spend 3 years, believe me, there's no looking back. And next 10 to 20 years belongs to India. And we were always global traders, Indians on spices, fabric, everything. We have zillions of years of experiences going global. It is now, this is the time to invest out and monetize our talent.
Fabulous. That, you couldn't have asked for a better response to that. So I've heard this sentence, the phrase saying, trust the person whose tires are worn out. Right, somebody who's done the groundwork is the one you can trust. So thank you so much. We don't have time for another question, so
we're going to wrap up with this.
Fabulous.
Can I have the panel step forward for a group photograph, please? Thank you so very much. I love the fact that you took the time to actually put together a 3-year roadmap for a lot of our companies here to go global. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much.
It was lovely to hear all of the trends that India has influenced everywhere, so thank you very much.
Yes.
And to felicitate this incredible panel on stage, may I please welcome the past president of TCEI, Mr. Pratap Jadeja, the very impressive Mr. Harish Babu from Impresario, also on the advisory board of SIWPC, and the past president of Forum Rajasthan, Mr. Arshad Hussain. Gentlemen, if we can have the three of you join us on stage to felicitate this illustrious panel. You know, it's not often you see titans of industry willing to sit together on stage, more importantly, put together a way forward for others to scale up to where they are. For that, mad props to all of you. Thank you once again. Lots of interesting takeaways from this panel. Welcome, sir. We can have the three of you join them center stage. I also absolutely love the fact that our biggest takeaway from today is the fact that the future is India and the future is now, and we are that future. So very, very hopeful. Something for all of us to aspire to work towards. What a way to get this morning started. Truly an impressive panel. Thank you. And I know you're all a little gobsmacked from all of the wisdom they've dropped on stage, but if I can remind you, this is your right hand, that is your left. If you put them together, you can show them some love. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the panel on stage, please. I know there were a lot more questions in the audience for this panel, but please bear with us due to paucity of time. They are going to be around for the rest of the day, so that's where the networking lunches and the high teas come into play. We're hoping you can continue to brainstorm, pick these incredible brains, and figure out more magnificent ideas for everyone to collaborate together on and work on. Harish, I have a bit of a bone to pick with you.
I'm not sharing this.
That I don't need you to share.
Thank you.
If I can request all of you to just take 2 steps forward to the picture, please. Just 2 steps forward. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm going to request you all to please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the lovely Niharika right here from Hyderabad is back one more time, who's been gracious enough to introduce to you all of our lovely sponsors, without whose support an event of this scale, this magnitude, achieved to perfection would not have been possible. Niharika, over to you, my love.
Check. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I'm Niharika, MC Niharika Kumri, and I'm here to put some light on our sponsors and to let them know how important and how thankful the SIWPC TCEI is for them. Well, putting some light on the title sponsors, Golconda Resorts, co-sponsors, Carnations, powered by SSP Events, supported by Telangana Tourism, Andhra Pradesh Tourism, hospitality partner Novotel HICC, venue sponsors Hitex. The yummy delicious food yesterday was sponsored by Food Link. We also have spicy venue Fusion 9 as the food catering partners, photography and videography partners, The Storybox, marketing and tech partner Netizo, ID partner Parthu ID Solutions, invitation partners Friends Cards, visual partners Patsif, decor partners Anil Carnations, international lounge partners Inventum Global, sound partners Panache, Genset partners Vijay Lakshmi Silent Power Genset, Omer Lightning and Power Unit, Scaffolding and Genset partners, Grand Suppliers, Seating and Furniture partners, KG and Xerox Printing partners, Totem PR partners, Event Elements Hospitality partners, Miles Travel partners, OneDrive, Ground partners, NITHM Knowledge partner, Joe & Co Traditional Decors, Ayana Dance Troupe, Mr. Coconut Health Drink partner, Coke Beverage partners, and Wedding Affair Magazine partners. Thank you. And can we have a big round of applause for all the sponsors and the co-sponsors there? Thank you.
It's always lovely to take a moment to thank our sponsors, and I think it's only fair that we introduce another one of our lovely sponsors and invite them on stage. So there's an interesting fact. If there's a wedding that's happening in South India in the last little while, in the last 20, 25 years, 8 out of the 10, especially Bollywood artists who've been brought down here, have all been managed by this one company. 8 out of 10. Can you believe it?
That's 80% of
Exactly.
big-ticket weddings.
And
That's an impressive number.
I'm sure you're going to want their number. They're into artist management. So I'm going to point out who they are to you. And they're absolutely amazing at what they do. All of the artists rave about how well cared for that they are. So they worked with everyone from the likes of Salim Suleiman and Neha Kakkar. I know you're a huge fan. And I love the fact that they have offices in 3 cities, in Ahmedabad, Hyderabad, Udaipur. But just like Dr. Jerry was saying on stage, they like to think global and work global as well. So I like the fact that all of our industry brethren are thinking ahead, thinking far and wide, and looking to take over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I am talking about SSP Events, who've been in the business for almost 25 years. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage, Bhuvanesh Shastri.
This is one name we have loved to call out on stage because they have powered SIWPC Global 2023. Fabulous. Lovely having you here.
Hi, nice to meet you. Over to you. I believe you have a short presentation for us.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having us here. By the end of the speech, I'll give you a secret on how do you make magic, how do you bring magic to your client's wedding. Music has been part of our life since years, and it's going to be here for centuries to come. It enhances experiences, it shapes our life, and it makes us feel something that nothing can make us feel. We are fortunate enough to do something that we love, and we have been doing it for the last 24 years. The company was started by Devendra Shastri, our father. We are the second generation taking it forward. I'm 26-year-old. The business is as old as me, if you look at it. Our job revolves around marrying two of the most beautiful things that India is known for, Bollywood and big fat Indian weddings. We are an award-winning artist management firm working exclusively in wedding as a category. Or artist management for wedding, or the way I like to call it, wedding entertainment designer. What is it? Why am I calling it wedding entertainment designer? And do we really need them? Well, there are 9 events typically happening in a wedding, from your bhajans, haldi, mehndi, sangeet, after party, bachelors, entry, wedding reception, fairas. We have worked with over 500 artists over the period of time. Now, let's say for one event, I have 10 artists. I'm talking about almost 900 combinations for one wedding. The budget for which can go from 5 lakhs to a couple of crores or even go beyond that. Indians spent $139 billion last year in weddings, making it the 4th largest industry in the country after in energy, insurance, and banking. Out of those $139 billion that was spent, 13% went to event management and artist management as a category. And as Mr. Mehta has mentioned in the previous conference, this number is going to go up from here, and you're going to see a rocket jump with every organizing that's going to come up. So I personally believe that this $139 billion that you look at the number, it's just an organized segment. The number is 3 or 4 times, and I'm very sure that wedding industry is one of the biggest industry in India, empowering a lot of people over the period of time. And when almost 13% is being spent on artist management, we need someone who can organize it, design it, and optimize the cost in the best way capacity. We have been fortunate, so if you have to put a number, in the last 24 years, we have done almost 2,000 plus events. We have 500 plus artists. We have 300 plus clients. We have done work with some of the beautiful artists of the country, from Vishal Shekhar, Meet Brother, Salim Suleiman, Neha Kakkar, Sachin Jigar, Sukhvinder, Benny Dayal, Bismil, Ali Merchant, Yashraj Kapil.
Bhuvnesh.
My, what names you worked with and what incredible numbers you have.
Of the 2 faces, there's only one face that's going to fit the role of a villain, that's mine.
Sure.
I'm sorry to play the role of a villain at this point in time. Due to paucity of time, we will have to cut your presentation. But I promise, we will take this conversation at the lounge closest to the stage. Right? I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Thank you so much for understanding.
Thank you for accommodating.
Like Mr. Shastri Senior, you also understand the requirements that we are working with on stage. Thank you so much. Requesting
thank you so much. Can I have you join us center stage?
Sure.
And Mr. Devendra Shastri, sir, can we have you join us on stage, please? And now to felicitate the 2 lovely gentlemen on stage, I'd like to invite Mr. Vibhu Agarwal, Mr. Sandeep Jain, and Ms. Sharmila Kasala. Welcome.
Request you to please play the SSP events video.
Hi, thank you so much.
Requesting you to play the SSP events video, please. Thank you.
That? Oh.
SSP events. Shubh Vivah, a colorful ritual celebration of art, culture and tradition. We take care of your dream wedding to unforgettable musical extravaganza nights. An Indian wedding without the music, dance and entertainment is totally unheard. After all, it's a wedding celebration and it should be treated as such. We at SSP Events design the musical events as per the requirements and budget of the client. Whether it may be a DJ, folk artist, traditional musical band, international artist or any celebrity performer, we deliver the best to rock on the floor.
Everybody, 1, 2, 3, go!
hands together for SSP Events, the brand that has also powered SIWPC Global 2023.
Can I request you all to please join us center stage? And can I just say, what a high energy video. It looked like everyone there was having an absolute ball.
Please.
Good to see you, man.
And on behalf of all of the incredible artists you've ever worked with, thank you. It's always nice when people take good care of artists. That is something we very much appreciate and have profound respect for what you do.
It's always nice to see a young leader emerge from under the shadows of somebody who has created such a legacy.
And it's lovely to see a dynamic father-son duo as well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Nice to see
Thank
that.
you so much, Mr. Shastri. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our very first masterclass of the day. Who's going to be joining us?
Okay, I'm going to take center stage. Come with me, because our next masterclass is by somebody who said, please don't waste time introducing me, but we still managed to steal 3 words. That's from his profile. He says, I photograph love. Please put your hands together for the name that everybody knows, Joseph Radhik.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise and welcome the gentleman on stage.
The whole video plays.
The video plays and then you walk in, right?
So, Joe, why weddings?
Because we love love. Love is the tiny moments that become memories. It's not just the epic wow things, but sometimes it's just a wink, a smile, a glance, or even a warm tingle. Love is comfort in the familiar, a feeling of calm. Love is trust, someone that you can depend on in the most chaotic of times. Love is a shared memory. In fact, it is a lifetime of small shared memories which then become life itself. Love is what we are driven by. It is what keeps us up at night, but also gets us up out of bed early. It is why we make photographs. Love then is every reason behind everything we do. We are stories made with love.
So dramatic, yeah, so dramatic. If I'm out of breath, it's because I ran for a pee and came back. Thanks for all the sponsor ads. Huh? It really helps with the timing. I'm here, I'm Joseph. I think I have a very mixed crowd in front of me. So the next slide is going to be a good introduction. For those in Hyderabad, this is the question, Yaudra Joseph Radhik. In Hindi, kaun hai re Joseph Radhik? For my friends who can only understand English, who the fuck is Joseph Radhik? Yes. I'm going to take you through 2 minutes of my life story. I was born one day after India won the World Cup in 1983. I used to be a big thinker when I was a kid. You can see me literally thinking all the time. I was born in a family of 5. I was also very high fashion. Back in the day, you can see me wearing a corduroy onesie. High fashion. I was born in the south of India. This is how movies look like. So the Chiranjeevi fans can go, woo! Yes, good, good. And this is also the south of India. I mean, we have big things. Okay, anyway. So I spent 6 years of my life studying various things such as engineering and management, which I don't do either of which today. I'm a photographer, so this is a bit of a waste of time. And in 2010, I took a leap of faith, very much like this guy. Holy shit, that's a leap of faith. Yeah, okay. So I shot my first wedding in 2010, January 2nd. That was me shooting my first wedding. I believed that carrying a lot of gear was very important to my, to making good photos. So you can see my whole backpack full of stuff. There's another backpack behind me. little did I know that probably a few months after I shot that first wedding, and I quit to become a full-time wedding photographer on November 1st, 2010. I had no clue that India would happen to me. I'm an Indian. I've always lived here. I had no idea how this would be treated. Exactly 10 days later, I was on national TV saying business school graduate quits to become wedding photographer. And you can see this is the Deccan Chronicle Hyderabad back in the day, the dates on it. The new face of wedding photography. Guys, I had no freaking idea. I literally quit to pursue a small dream of mine, which was to shoot weddings and nothing else. And then bigger things happened. It turns out in India that if you're well-known people call you. So for those in the audience who know these two, they're from this city. And for those who don't, that previous GIF that I showed you, this guy was the star. Anyway, 2012, my brother Joshua, I had to convince him to join me because I was so knee-deep, neck-deep in work that I had no choice but to find a co-founder, right? And as you can see, from a young age, we were really used to traveling, and even as we grew older, we grew old together, right? The next couple of years was a bit of an explosion for us to even winning the global award in the International Photography Awards in New York. I'm going to skip through this. 2017 was a huge year. I was at my own wedding, and the way I look at weddings changed a lot after my own wedding. This was early 2017. And the end of 2017, a few lesser-known people got married. You know, some of you might know these guys. I'm not entirely sure. But for those who don't know them, their Instagram post that year was the fastest to 5 million likes ever. Yeah. 2018, I was listed in GQ's 50 most influential young Indians. It was very awkward. I still find it very awkward. 2018 was also the time when this singer married this actor. Nick Jonas married Priyanka Chopra. And I was the dumbest guy on the planet because I believed, I only knew Nick Jonas from Jumanji. So I went to the bride and I told her, this guy sings really well. He should be a professional singer. That really happened. Anyway, 2019, we held our last photography conference. There were 2,000 people in one room in Hyderabad. It was incredible. But then the pandemic happened. 2020, we got a dog who's changed my life, who's changed our life, and who's changed the way I look at life in a lot of ways. So that's us. We shoot the great Indian wedding everywhere, from LA to Philippines to Australia to everywhere. We've been across the world shooting the great Indian wedding. Sometimes it looks grand. Sometimes it looks colorful. Sometimes it's intimate. It's at sunset. Sometimes it's at stunning palaces. And in stunning deco like this is in Hyderabad, by the way, the same venue you're at. To shooting stylish brides who know everything about fashion, to diverse cultures across the world, to chaotic events, to families, lots of families, but most importantly, lots of love. I haven't included a slide in here, which I usually do, because I can see that the focus so far at this conference has been about the big. In fact, 2 people in the panel behind me said, wow, right? How they want it to be wow. So the largest wedding we photographed has 210,000 guests. That's 210,000 guests. That's not a typo, right? I'm not here to talk to you about the big things we've done. I'm here to talk to you about the little things, right? The little subtle things. So yeah, so in a way, you could say this is us. We are recipients of many awards across the world, but this is actually us. This is us. This is who Stories is. I am proud to be the co-founder of a company that started in 2012 and 11 years on still has more than a quarter of the employees that we started with. That is probably my greatest achievement till this day. And you get there when you make something with love. So here's whatever I'm going to talk in the next few minutes is something for everyone in this audience. Whether you are starting off your wedding business today and you're here, to be inspired or to find meaning, or you're here a bit jaded and you think you know everything, hopefully you'll take something away from this, right? So I'm here to talk to you about how we have managed to build a company with love at the core, right? Love is at the core of what we do. because we photograph events which are hopefully filled with love, right? Which are not just about the epic stuff. So first step, there's a small purple number in the corner in case you can't see it, okay? So first step, this is 1 of 7. First, try and build your product with love. I think I find this kind of funny to say out loud, but a lot of us get into this either because we've heard of the wedding industry or because we genuinely love the craft. But what happens is we get bombarded with business problems in life. Slowly that love fades away and our product becomes something that everybody else is doing just because they're doing it in a certain way. Welcome to an industry, guys, all of you. Welcome to an industry that has actually no rules. There's nobody in this, and there's no, I found there's an event manager school that has been planned there or something. But frankly speaking, any one of your kids, any of our friends can join this industry without any formal education, apparently, right? So the only thing that I ask from all of you is build your product with love. There's a car company I love. They're called Singer. They make modified Porsche 911s. They make 75 cars in a batch. Each car sells for $2 million, right? It's a fairly simple business model. They've been around for more than a couple of decades. And this is what they believe in, that everything is important. Every little thing that you do in your business. Now, as a photographer, I'm going to talk to you about what we do, but you can take away what that means for you. So for me, it means loving every detail of what I do. It means embracing the chaos at a wedding. Right? This is me in a room with, can you count the cameras here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1 bride and 1 makeup artist. There are 8 cameras around 1 bride. It's okay. I don't complain about this. I embrace this. It is part of my job. This is what gives rise to me able to find calm in that chaos as well. There's a few moments later, the same thing. And the other little part about what we do at Stories is, we don't have any rules as to what we do at weddings. We do not tell a bride that we will not do such a thing. These are all photographs made by me alone, right? So this is a small behind-the-scenes moment of some musicians, a regular family portrait, nothing special there, a multi-exposure shot to a chaotic waters. It doesn't matter. As a photographer, my first rule is that I'm of service to my clients. The art comes later. And we'll talk a little bit about the art, don't worry. So if you do this well enough, you build a product with love. I think the next big goal that we've had at Stories is to build a brand that customers love across generations. This is not about just this one bride. This is about their cousins. This is hopefully about their kids and whatnot. So our goal is right there in that corner, actually. Our goal has never been to build brand loyalty. It's to build brand ambassadors, which means even if Instagram shuts down today, I don't know if you guys know this, Twitter has rebranded to X. I don't know what Instagram will be tomorrow. I really don't. All of us base so many of our businesses on these frivolous, fickle social media platforms, right? I'm sure, how many of you learned how to make videos in the last 2 years because of Reels? I see some nods here. I don't see your hands rising, but I see some nods. Guys, what are you going to learn next? You're going to learn how to make a movie? We are wedding service providers. You do that thing well. So the goal here is this. Across generations for me means that while we photograph events that are remembered their entire lives, we want the clients to remember us through their entire lives too, right? Which means that even after a divorce happens, God, I don't want to say that bad word, right? They'd still remember you. I don't know, man. Even after good news happens, right? A distant friend of theirs gets married and they call them for advice. The first thing they say is, hey, listen, I remember that photographer at my wedding, or I remember that wedding deco person. They don't need to remember your work. They need to remember you. That's why the V is underscored there. So here's a way to think about your social media or the way you approach business itself. When you call a friend, do you talk to them about work all day? Or do you say, what's up? You know, tell me what else is happening. So why would you expect your clients, a client is a bride, right? She's gotten married, she's done with the wedding. What is that bride getting to do with you 10 years after her wedding? Why is she interested in other people's weddings? I'm just putting this thought in your head. I'm not giving you answers. I'm going to give you the way I have figured this out. But you need to think about this. What interests your old customers beyond your work is what I would ask. For me, it's a simple three-line thing, right? I give my clients permission to celebrate in my personal and professional wins. It doesn't matter if it's commercial or critical. So I think almost all the brides I've photographed know that I have a dog named Cooper today. I think that is a win for me. That is success, right? Because that means that I'm still alive in their memories and that hopefully they will talk about me later. So which brings me to social media. Treat your social media with love and honesty. Why is that? Because people are attracted to people. They're not attracted to photographs. They're not attracted to, snazzy videos and transitions and whatnot. So a little bit about social media here, okay? I strongly believe that you, the person, are greater than your work or your social media, so be remembered for you. And as I said, stay relevant to your old clients. Try this. Guys, the next 10,000 followers on Instagram is not going to help you as much as being relevant to the last 50 that you shot or worked with. That's it. So how do I stay relevant? I think there's some 45 posts behind you in the last 3 months. Less than 10 are of weddings that I have shot. It's my life that I want to talk about on social media. I have an entire wedding page that has obviously its own set of fans and so on. But those fans are new business for me. They're not sustainable business for me. What I want is sustainable. What I want is predictable. What I want is a bride that I photographed 10 years ago to contact me today saying, Joe, there's a wedding in our family. That's win for me, time and again, right? So some food for thought for those of you who have been on the social media bandwagon. Does a behind-the-scenes video of your work speak to your brides? Or does it speak to other vendors in the industry? Think about this, right? So if you are putting together, I don't know, you're a wedding deco person, you're putting together a structure. Are other wedding deco designers interested in that, or is a bride interested? I'm just asking this. Just like as a photographer, are photographers interested in following my process, or are they interested in my results? So which means, this is my belief. I'm happy to argue about this, but I have found that results, your final images, your final deco, and etc. attract new clients or old clients. Your process is what attracts your community, your vendor community, your fraternity, and your life attracts both. Because trust me on this, all of us lead a very, very blessed life here. Anybody who's in this room and who's in that outside thing, we are living the dream life of a lot of people on the outside. We don't have a 9 to 5. We may have a 5 to 9. We don't have an office. We can go to office when we want. Our office, our locations are glamorous as hell. Our life attracts people. Understand that, right? Okay. The best way to be remembered, though, the best way is to be remembered for the joy or the love your work and you brought into someone else's life, right? For me, and the story's mantra has been that joy is customer delight. We are a company that's heavily, heavily invested in customer delight. We call ourselves a photography company, but in reality, we're a customer service firm. That's in reality who we are. So which means love your customers. We spoke about your customers loving you back and giving them a reason. Now let's talk about how we love our customers. The first thing is get to know them. They have stories. They're people. Listen to them, right? I would hate to run a business where the Neha merges into the Puja, into the Akanksha. So I cannot do that. How do we get away from that? So we have believed that typically marketing is taught for you like this. You throw 10,000 ads. You attract 10 million eyeballs. About 1 lakh or 100,000 of them see those ads. About 1,000 of them believe in it. 100 of them come to your doorstep, and 10 of them pay money. That's your typical marketing funnel. We have gone the opposite way. Somebody asked here, how do I go to another geography, right? I think Jaydeep answered it wonderfully. You have to invest, you have to put in work. But after you do all that, when you get that first client from an international geography, you know what you do? That's what is written here. We do the reverse funnel. We give them so much love that they do not have a choice but to remember us. That one client will lead to one more client. And I'm sure you guys know how compounding works, right? In 5 years, that's a geography that you've entered. But that's the thing. When opportunity comes to you, you don't just, everybody says grab it. No? You don't, at Stories, it's about hugging them and not letting them go, and not in a creepy way, but in a good way. So, quiz time. How many of you know companies that you think are not doing great work but are getting a lot of business? Okay. So you're not being honest with me, rascals. Okay. How many of you think there are companies doing great work but are not getting any clients? Okay, some more honest ones. I'll tell you why. Because they all fall on this wonderful graph, which is fuck around and find out. Sorry. Basically, they fall on this graph because you mess with customers, you take them for granted, this is what happens. It doesn't happen immediately, right? Just like I told you, one happy client leads to another happy client. One unhappy client leads to something you will never know. You will never know because they never came to you. But over years, it accumulates. So I'll tell you this, that I know of great photography companies, successful photography companies who are not doing great quality work. I know of great photography companies who are producing great photos who are not getting a lot of work. But I don't know of a single good photography company that is doing great customer service that is out of work. I know of companies that are off social media. They don't have an Instagram presence. They have 3,000 followers, but they photograph 80 weddings a year. They couldn't care less about what happens on Instagram. They don't even know what a reel is. They have never gone to the video tab in their phone. It's just loving that customer back. So for us, wedding photography is actually, we treat it as a very personal service. It's this very strange mix of art that happens once in a while, but it's a lot of nostalgia. What is nostalgia can I quantify it? Yes, I can. Photography typically is looked at as like this, right? It's amazing photos. It's great light, great edit, great technique, and like, wow, so many things are happening. But wedding photography is most of the time actually this. Relevant people in the photo, people who mean something to you, meaning, and finally a little story if possible for you to relive that wedding day. It's nothing great. It's your dog who can't come to the wedding mandap, right? It's a photo with your dog. It's your sisters and your friends at your smallest event. None of these photos are winning awards, guys. Let's not joke ourselves. But they're winning clients for me day in and day out. And it's even tinier moments like this. A very proud Korean father of his son the father barely speaks English. The son's moved away. He's lived in New York his whole life. He's marrying an Indian bride. But you can see everything on his face, that pride, that happiness, that my son's found his life. He's starting a new step. It's the tiny stuff for me always. So our goal has been always to make meaningful photos for our clients rather than crowd-pleasing ones for our followers. I think the crowd-pleasing ones will come. If you believe in magic, it'll turn up in front of you. And the real goal is to make 12 friends a year. On the top, you see a small story. That's Anupa from our team who walked into Sri Lanka to shoot a wedding last month. And the bride was just so happy to see her, right? That's the goal. The goal is to make 12 friends a year. I'm 40 years old. I turned 40 2 weeks ago. I can tell you proudly, none of my friends are making new friends, okay? I'm the only one making these new friends in a year. So, if you do all of this, you kind of have to come back to this question, though. And we often do this. Whenever somebody comes to me and says, what kind of a company should I build? I say, ask yourself, what do you truly love? Like this guy. He is loving himself. Okay. That joke fell flat on you guys, yeah. Not too many people understand. Anyway, left and right. We have a company built with scale or a company built with zooming into the details. What kind of a person are you is the question that I'll ask, right? Ask yourself, do you like the big things? Or do you like zooming into the details and perfecting that one thing at a wedding? Once you found the answer, in order to lead a life filled with love, you have to invest in love. What does invest mean? Invest is real money, guys. I'm not talking some namby-pamby things here. You have to spend real money. So it starts here. This is a very, very tough one. It's the #1 reason why stories exist today. It's why 11 years later, we have this incredible workforce, why we have photographed these incredible weddings. It's because I have a co-founder that not only loves photography, my craft, they also love the wedding industry, but most importantly, they love selling it. This is my co-founder, this is my brother, Joshua. We look very similar, actually we don't, but we are very different in our approach to business, right? One of us believes in zooming in. I'm the detail guy. I cannot build things to scale. I cannot think of a business. I cannot think of day after tomorrow. I'm thinking of today at all times. That is me as an artist. That's how I'm built. Joshua is there to think about the day after tomorrow. Find your Joshua if possible, right? It's not easy. Put that as a thought. I think it's great if you do find one. But apart from that, when you hire, #1, hire with love, but more importantly, compensate them with love. So let's talk about this. How do you build this team? So the first thing is you hire colleagues. What is a colleague? There's somebody who works with you. You work with them. They don't work for you. You work with them. It's a very big difference. Anyway, so I used to really love cooking during COVID. That's why this screenshot is here. I've learned this thing, okay? Starving artists work alone. Thriving artists, those who are successful artists, collaborate, right? And that's not an easy thing to do because you have to ensure they're awesome, like these idiots from my office. Anyway, surround yourself with artists you admire. I think that's my biggest secret to you. Every day I am happy to go out there and photograph. I'm happy to come on a stage like this and talk to you because I wouldn't say every day, but every week I'm inspired by something new because of the people I work with, not just in conferences like this. Each of you are surrounded by amazing people right now. Now imagine how that would be to have that 250 days a year. I'm taking out 100 days for holidays. Last, and this is a tough one, ensure they stick around. This is a tough one, right? How do you do it? You build that talent with love and empathy. You aim for love, not just for loyalty. Everybody talks about loyalty, right? I'm not a big fan of that word. The Stories way has been very simple. We allow time and space for everyone at the company to get bored. It's simple. I think every artist will understand this. Our best conversations come when we are thinking of nothing, like this guy. Yeah, okay, some of you have got it. Anyway, the idea is to get bored because creativity never runs in a straight line. It happens in the most mundane of things. It happens when you're driving a car, when you're taking a shower, when you're sitting on the pot. Something is going to come to you somewhere, right? So you have to allow time to get bored. How do we do that? We have done a couple of things. First is we get rid of the mundane tasks, which is for us, it's editing and client servicing. The other thing we do is we give something called creative leaves. Everybody who works at Stories has, drum roll, 100 days of leave that you can take in a calendar year. No questions asked. Because we believe that the other 250 days will really, really help them do what they're best at. And if possible, hire managers for every step. And it's 2023, outsource or use AI. We use artificial intelligence today to edit some of our photos, not all of our photos. It really helps. In an essence, we end up like Kanye West. Okay, I'll skip that. And if possible, I know it's possible because we all work in the wedding industry, right? We work in an industry filled with love. Be a nice boss, if possible. Lastly, my time's up, so this is the last thing I have, #7. Understand that this love for weddings, for your art, it will fade in time. I'm here standing to you 13 years of shooting weddings. There are people in the crowd with 20 years plus of experience, but you need to fight for it. You need to fight for this love. The way I do it, I keep the flame alive. Everything you see here was photographed in 1 year by me. It's different genres, it's completely different things because I'm always flirting with other genres. I'm trying hard to keep my love for photography alive. Not wedding photography, photography. Because that's how I started. There are wedding designers here who love spaces, who love design, who love graphic design, who love identity design, who love space design, who love architecture. I'm sure some of you started your careers with that in the beginning, right? Go back to that. Go back. Yeah. Okay, this slide is just fun. I mean, I got to photograph Gigi Hadid. Everybody's putting fancy photos, so I thought I'll also put. Nothing else. Anyway, the big picture, I'm done, guys. 7 things I told you. Build your product with love. Build a brand that customers love. Treat your social media with love. I cannot tell you this enough. Do not be a bunch of posters. Nobody gives a shit about them, right? Invest in love. It takes money. It takes time. Fight for your love because it will fade. It will fade. Do what you love if possible. And finally, love your customers. That's me, Joseph Radhik. I will see you. Oh, thank you.
This work.
Okay. Oh, I'm staying apparently. I'm not going away.
Gentlemen,
check.
We're going to throw the floor open for questions. We have time for exactly 2 questions.
So the presentation surely did
One in the
match
front up here.
visual storytelling that we see always from you, right? So one quick question. I saw one hand going up here. Please. Keep the question short. Thank you so much. Yes.
Hi, Guruji.
Wow, what a way to get started.
Not
Now
feeling awkward at all.
Now can we get to the question, please?
Yeah.
So, keeping it very short, how do we, how do we work with the event planners? I mean, the trend which is actually happening from post-COVID, that everybody is like collaborate with planners, collaborate with designers, and all these things. So how do you manage that, and how do that helps a photographer in scaling his business, his personal identity, and his art?
Perfect.
Sure.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
2011 was, February 2011 was when I worked with was back then who I thought was the biggest wedding planner I would ever meet. He still is. Okay. I was photographing the wedding and I was thinking, oh wow, it will be so cool to work with this guy, right? We finished the wedding. I never got his phone number or anything. A couple of weeks later, he calls me and says, Joe, I would love to work with you. How do you do this? 2 things. Be a nice guy at the event, firstly. Be a professional. Not just a nice guy, be a professional. Be on time. Don't be a pain to them, right? And understand that the proof is always in the pudding. You can be a very smooth talker. You can make great friends with them. But it won't matter if, at the end of the day, what you want, there's a line I have which I've always told people, okay? Make them look good. Does that make sense? Make them look good. What does that mean? Firstly, you have to have a happy client in order to get the event planner to recommend you, right? Because then it means that you've done a great job. Second, how do you make them look good? Take great photo of their work. That doesn't mean when the Varmala is happening, you're shooting deco here. That's not it, right? Balance them both. But end of the day, make them look good. You don't even need to introduce yourself during the event. There is no conscious collaboration that needs to happen, because if you create great work for that client and you end up with a happy client, the other guy is going to call you. Trust me. It's happened to me multiple times. End of the day, it always comes down to 2 very different things. How you are at the event has little to do with the photos that you provide. Does that make sense? You can be a really professional guy, you can be on time, you can be dressed well, but you can be making totally shit photos the whole time. Nobody will know, right? So do all of this, also create great photos, then approach them. Because what you have done then is you have given them another client. With a happy client who has great photos, they have photos to show their families, which means that they love it as well, right? That's the only way. Do what you're good at. I don't think most of us are good salespeople. We are good artists though, right? So art when you can.
Fabulous. So the title Guruji absolutely justified. Thank you so much for the fabulous response.
I also love how all of the gyan that he drops is incredibly colorful.
I have the mic.
Sir, I know you have the mic. I'm going to request you very pleasantly to pass it on in the interest of time. We're running very, very late. He's going to be right here. I'm going to make the introductions off stage. I'm hoping this discussion can continue there.
And I make sure that you sit next to him in the Bhakti Bhojanam so that you can continue the conversation.
Sounds lovely. And thank you so very much. May I please welcome on stage the past president of EMA, Mr. Brian Tellis, and the founder president of KEMA, Mr. Arvind Jyot Sabani. Gentlemen, can I have the 2 of you on stage, please? Joseph, thank you so very much. I love how much you packed in there. No, you have to stay back. Okay. I'm not taking the memento, you are.
And I love the line in which you said, shower them with so much love.
Yes.
That they can't think of anyone else than you. Right, that's a great way to look at things.
Thank you.
Fabulous masterclass. So many questions that a lot of people had were preempted and presented with a response. So thank you so much for the fantastic masterclass. That was Joseph Radhik for you.
I had to fit this in my luggage. He's going to garland me apparently. He's like, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for Joseph Radhik? Thank you so very much. Thank you, Mr. Savani. I'm going to let you go. But Mr. Brian Tellis, we have you here. We can't thank you. Thank you very, very much. I'm going to request you to please take a seat. Brian, we'd love to hear from you, but we'd like for you to keep it crisp and short. Please don't shoot the messenger.
Hear from me about what?
What the experience of being here has been like, because it's lovely to see the fraternity come together, and we always love hearing you talk.
She said keep it short. It was fantastic. Does that work?
That works, that works.
Now, on a serious note, like I said, I'll keep it short. It's the first time I'm attending this conference, and it's been amazing. Meeting the right people, having the right conversations, and I dare say, I was talking to Joseph, his presentation really kind of drove home. So I think we need to come together more often as a community and like he said, show each other love. And in the process of showing each other love, actually grow who we are, not just individually, but collectively as well. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much. An absolute pleasure having you here. I know everyone's been enjoying discussions with you around here. Lots of takeaways there as well. Thank you, Mr. Tellis. And now we're going to take a little while to thank some of our sponsors before we move on to our next masterclass, which has got another titan of the industry who's joining us here today. But can I request you to please invite our representatives from TCEI who are going to be doing the felicitation.
A request, Mr. A. Balram Babu, President TCEI, to please come up on stage. Mr. Ravi Bura, Secretary TCEI, Mr. Shravan Madiraju, Convener SIWPC. Request all three to please come up on stage because now is the time when we recognize the sponsors for extending unconditional support to SIWPC Global 2023.
And speaking of unconditional support, stunning work, incredible florals, we're talking about Carnation's weddings. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Anil Bernard.
Mr. Anil Bernard from Carnation Weddings. It's lovely to have you here.
Mr. Bernard, can we have you join us on stage, please?
There, right. So we've never seen Mr. Anil in this all-white avatar. Lovely to see you. Thank you so much for sticking to the theme. Pleasure having you here.
Thank you, sir. Your support means the world to us. Everyone's been deeply appreciative of the work so far. So thank you once again. You know, it's lovely when we as a fraternity come together, collaborate, work on something like this, showcase the best that there is to offer.
So many around to lean upon. That is a story in itself.
Definitely.
And that's how we grow. Like I said yesterday, it's in the bottom there people compete. At the top, people just collaborate.
Thank you so very much. And when we talk about people we rely on, of course we rely on people from our own fraternity because they are the ones that are going to understand any of the issues that they as event managers face, that we are the face of when handling an event. So ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome Mr. Devendra Shastri from SSP Events. I must say, what a lovely gentleman, thoroughly understanding of how due to lack of time we had to speed up that presentation, incredibly gracious in doing so. Truly means the world to us that he appreciates our support this way. But sir, once again, might we take this opportunity to apologize to you? I know how much hard work went into putting that wonderfully thought through presentation, and we're all aware of your legacy and the incredible resume and body of work that they have over the nearly 25 years. So thank you once again. We hope you
and when the
accept our
times are
sincere
testing,
apologies.
we always choose to lean on people who we know, who we love, who we respect.
And
Thank
people
you
who
so
are one
much.
of our own.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely
thank
one
you
of our own.
Thank you,
Pleasure
sir.
having you here.
Mr. Bhuvanesh Shastri, can we have you on stage as well, sir?
I love the line where he said he's 26 years old and the company has a legacy of close to 26. So he is as old as SSP even. So,
And he's also quite a consummate writer himself.
yeah,
He
yes.
writes incredible content, I must say. As an MC, that is a quality I truly appreciate. I think we're going to give you a call the next time we're stuck somewhere.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you to the two of you gentlemen. We appreciate your understanding. Thank you so very much. The next sponsor we'd like to welcome on stage and thank is Mr. Raja from Design by Raja and Apple Production. Mr. Raja, sir, can we have you join us on stage, please?
Mr. Raja from Design by Raja, Apple Production requests you to please join us on stage because we want to grab this opportunity to say a thank you.
Can we unmute the podium mics, please?
Hi.
Yeah, this one's working.
Yeah. I would request everybody to please clap for the support, the kind of support what all these partners have given us, just coming and supporting our industry initiative. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again.
Next, I would like to invite on stage a sponsor from OneDrive, Mr. Rakesh Maheshwari, to please join us on stage. Mr. Rakesh Maheshwari from OneDrive, requesting you to please join us on stage. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together.
Thank you, sir. Your contribution to this has been invaluable. Thank you so very much. Next, we'd like to welcome on stage Jyoti Verma from Joe & Co. Welcome, Jyoti. Thank you for being here with us today. We truly appreciate the support.
Love to call on stage Ashish from Friends Cards. The invitation card is still the talk of the town.
I mean, especially the embossing on that. My, was gleaming from miles away. I'd like to call Pariniti from Silver Lining. Pariniti from Silver Lining, if you could join us on stage, please.
I would like to grab the opportunity to call on stage Nitin from Dot Production. Mr. Nitin from Dot Production, please join us on stage.
And we'd love to follow that up with Mr. Santosh from Violet Worldwide. Mr. Santosh from Violet Worldwide, if you could please join us on stage.
Be it a wedding or an affair, it always has to be wedding affair. Please invite on stage Devesh.
Oh my, we're moving into risky territory there.
Right, we have our Honorable Treasurer Tawfiq Bhai, who's here, requested to please join the leadership team on stage. आपके बिना स्टेज तो अधूरा लग रहा था. आप आ गए.
Welcome, sir. We've been looking for you all this while. Thank you for joining us. We'd now like to invite Mr. Gurmukh Singh from Namdari Audio. Followed by Mr. Ashwin from Prakash Lights.
Mr. Sheikh Gauss from Event Elements.
Mr. Shanavas from SSK Enterprise.
And Mr. Milind from Sky Goal. Mr. Milind from Sky Goal.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to encourage you to keep the applause going. These people have worked tirelessly with us with months of planning to make this event, that is TCEI's SIWPC Global 2023, what it is today.
I would also like to take this opportunity to invite on stage Mr. Chinnam Reddy from NITHM. Whenever we have needed support, all we need to do is look towards Gachibowli and that beautiful campus, and inside that campus is there Mr. Chinnam Reddy, always ready to support us. Pleasure to have you.
Welcome, Mr. Reddy. Thank you so very much for joining us. Thank you, sir.
Shanawajmi, I called you. Please. How beautifully and how readily so many people stepped up to support SIWPC Global 2023 is a story by itself.
Definitely. It's been incredible how people have taken the initiative to volunteer their services, volunteer their support. And that's the kind of camaraderie that's going to take this industry to a whole new level.
Gurmukh bhai.
Welcome. Thank you so very much. I must say, I appreciate your sense of humor. It's out of this world. Thank you for joining us here.
If you know science, you know a scientist, but if you know every sign that you see around, it is from our scientist son. Right? Lovely to have you here. Thank you so much for the support. Please.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome Mr. Rajneesh from Wedding Affair. Thank you, sir. We would be absolutely remiss if we didn't have you up on stage. Thank you for joining us. I absolutely love the humility that there is in people with how much they contribute and how much support they offer, but they like to do it quietly behind the scenes. This gentleman up here is one such person. Thank you, sir. Your contribution means the world to us. Thank you. Thank you so very much. I'm going to request you to please be seated once again. Again, to all of our sponsors, thank you. Your support has been truly invaluable, and it means the world to us. So thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another much-awaited masterclass. Much has been said about this lady who's quite the influencer herself in the wedding space.
Please. Okay. Again, a show of strength. The number of people who have stepped forward to support is unbelievable, right? Please don't assume we forgot a name, but the list is so long. It was on the other side of the page, which is why I would like to call on stage Aftab Bhai from NM to please join us on stage. We have a small little way of saying thank you for the support. Request you to please come. And our very own Moin Bhai from Grand. Okay. Please put your hands together. We surely did not miss the name. It was on the other side of the page. We just flipped it around and realized we need to get them on stage. Without them, this would be so incomplete. Thank you so much, Aftab Bhai. Thank you so much, Moin Bhai, for the support and the love that you've shown all through SIWPC Global 2023.
Thank you so very much. And now that we've turned a page, it's about time we all turn a new leaf, because our next presenter is not just here to talk to you about the world of weddings and the stunning weddings that she's crafted in the most beautiful destinations across the world. She's worked with the royal families of Qatar and UAE. She's quite the stunner herself. If you follow her on Instagram, I do. It's just as colorful. But more importantly, every single time she posts something, there is an important takeaway there. You can grow as a person, as a wedding planner, and as a decorator. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to stop fangirling and let my Shiro take the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and give a warm welcome to Nadia Duran.
Hey, thank you.
Welcome. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much. Hello. Hi. Thank you so much, SIWPC, for having me. To be here today in front of so many leaders of my industry who I truly admire is a great privilege and honor. Welcome, everybody. I am Nadia Duran, an engineer by trade, a businesswoman at mind, with the heart and the soul of an artist. I was born in Mexico, and I am from Sydney, Australia. I'm Mexican and I'm Australian. And I started my career in the events industry with my very first company that was called Events by Nadia. Does anyone remember that company, Events by Nadia? Yes? That was my very first company. I started Events by Nadia from the garage of my house. I had absolutely nothing, no idea, because I had just migrated to Australia at the age of 23. And when I started my career, I was absolutely in zero. I didn't know anybody in Australia. My English was actually not even perfect. And I started growing Events by Nadia from zero to hero. Within a few years, I had more than 30 employees, and I had multiple warehouses, and I grew Events by Nadia to a multi-million-dollar business. Over the years, thank you, I worked with incredible leaders of the industry. I worked with Mohammed Gayat from Le Mariage. He took me to work with royal families in Qatar and Abu Dhabi. I've done more than 40 weddings and events in more than 40 different countries. I have received multiple awards by the Australian Bridal Industry Academy. And in 2019, I was awarded the Designer of the Decade. Thank you. I also have to tell you that I suffer from severe depression. I suffer from anxiety. I suffer from an obsessive-compulsive disorder called trichotillomania. Trichotillomania is an obsessive-compulsive disorder known as the hair-pulling disorder. I don't know if anyone has ever seen people that are always touching their hair, and when you less realize they have a bunch of hairs in their legs. Well, that's me. I have this disorder, and it's triggered by severe anxiety and severe depression. And although I go for long periods of time when I don't touch my hair, I have to say that at the age of 42, I'm still not able to control it. For a long time, I kept my hair short. I don't know if you remember me with my hair short. Do you remember me? Yes, I had my hair short for a long, long time, and I lied to myself. I lied to myself, I lied to my family, I lied to my friends. I told them that it was a new fashion, that was the new trend, one side short and another side long. But the reality is that I had made so much damage in my hair that my follicles were so damaged that I couldn't grow my hair. Since then, I've done a lot of therapy to control my anxiety, and right now I'm having a good time of remission. And I want to ask you, what is the one lie that you tell to yourself every day? After 13 years of being married, I was married for 13 years, my marriage collapsed, and now the wedding planner is getting divorced, right? Not the best PR, not the best note, and not the best thing to share on Instagram. My marriage collapsed, and 2 days after arriving from Mexico, after I did a $1 million wedding in Mexico and feeling on top of my career, I've been served with court papers. My ex-husband was taking me to court, arguing that my son was being at risk under my care due to my anxiety and depression, arguing that he deserved 50% of my business because I had started my business during marriage. I spent 3 years in court battling my ex-husband, trying to prove to a judge that I was not mentally ill, that I was capable to look after my son. And after 3 years of court, we have to sell everything from Events by Nadia, split everything. My ex-husband kept my company, and I found myself starting from zero again. Fortunately, I was able to prove to a judge that the periods of anxiety and depression were caused by my postnatal depression, but I'm able to look after my son, and I have now his custody. A year into my court case, I met my partner, Shane. He was an angel sent from heaven. I was in the middle of the court case with bills coming to me left, right, and center. No money, starting from zero again, in the middle of COVID. Australia has one of the worst lockdowns in history. We couldn't even leave our house for more than a 5 kilometers radius. But Shane was there for me. He was my rock. He knew I didn't have any money, but he was there to support me. He was able to see the beautiful things inside me. He listened, and more than anything, he made me believe in love again. On the 13th of April, 2022, Shane collapsed unexpectedly. He lost oxygen, and after 4 days of being in ICU, his family and I had to make the decision to disconnect him from his life support. He died in my arms, and I put my hand on his heart till his last heartbeat. At that time, I realized that everything I had faced before was not important. When I lost Shane, I realized the importance of life. I realized that we don't hug enough, that we don't spend enough time with the people that we love. I realized that I had spent so much time worried about my clients, worried about the numbers, worried about new technologies, worried about everything else that didn't really matter. Losing Shane really made me realize the importance of life. And why I'm telling you my story, I'm telling you my story because I know I'm not the only one that has gone through difficult things in life. I know that each one of you have a story to tell, that each one of you have had a struggle, whether it's small or big, whether it's at work, with your spouses, your colleagues, your children. Each one of you had had a struggle, and each struggle matters. I'm telling you my story because although I wanted to come here to this conference and talk to you about destination weddings and how to collaborate and how to make more money and work less, there's something deeper that I think I have the right now to tell you. I have the experience now to tell you, let's embrace life. Allow your mind, your body, and your spirit to heal from whatever you're going through. Because when you heal, you get connected with yourself. When you get connected, you are able to see the beautiful things in life. And when you are able to see the beautiful things in life, we create. And we are in the business of creating. From any loss, from any pain, we must see the beautiful things in life. We are in the business of creating. Mental health is a big issue. It affects not only business, company profits, it affects our families, it affects our relationships, it affects future generations. Whatever we are going through, we can pass it on. That's why for me, being able to stay strong and being able to move on with my life was a must, because I have a 10-year-old that I need to make sure that that is not passed on to him. We live in denial. We live on social media. We numb our feelings with alcohol, with smoke, with paying attention to things that are not relevant. But what really matters is our family. How many of us wake up between 1 and 3 o'clock in the morning? How many of us? That is the worry hour. If you wake up between 1 and 3 o'clock in the morning, that means that you are inside worrying about something. I used to wake up every single day between 1 and 3 a.m. To the world, I was showing this badass person here, right? This girl ready to conquer the world, ready to impress, always ready to conquer the new heights. But in reality, I was running out of power. I was neglecting my life, my love, neglecting the time that I was spending around the people who really matter. And it wasn't until I lost Shane that I realized that our time in this world is very, very limited. We live in a nature of a business that everyone is expecting everything from us. Our clients are expecting creativity, innovation, new technologies. Our clients are expecting us to answer our emails within 24 hours. Our own team members are expecting us to convert every single lead into a sale. Our family members are expecting us to get awards and to get better and better at what we do. The expectations that we have around us is so strong, is so much, that it's not surprised so many people are struggling with mental health. 1 on every 5 Australians experience mental health. 9 people a day in Australia commit suicide. For a country with only 22 million people, that's 12 people of every 100,000. It's time to wake up, and that is the reason why I'm here. When I was asked to come on stage, I said, yes, I'll come on stage, but I don't want to talk about sales and marketing. I don't want to tell you what to put on your Instagram. I want to tell people, get up, open up yourself. Let people see your true feelings. Let people see what you're really going through. Because that is the only way we can connect with others. I want to tell you my 3 steps that I have taken to recover from the loss of losing my marriage, losing my business events by Nadia, and losing my partner, Shane. Are you ready to take some notes? Yes? I'm going to share with you the 3 steps that I have taken. Step number 1 is to own who you are. Own who you are. The good things and the bad things. This is who I am. I own all those achievements. I own all those awards. I own those amazing things I have done in my life. But I also own my mental disorders. I also owned my grief. I also owned my divorce. I owned anything I have. Because if I don't own it, who else is going to own it? Who is going to do life for me? And I know it's very easy to say, own who you are, but trust me, it's the only way. The more you own who you are, the more comfortable you are within your own skin. Your number 2 is your social support. Social support is what helps people up. Even the strongest person can't do life alone. We come to this world alone. We leave this world alone, but we do life together. When Shane passed, the news was spread out so quickly in my industry. Everybody knew about it. I just have to tell one person, and within 5 minutes, I started receiving phone calls from everyone in my industry. It was in the middle of my heavy wedding season. And all the people that were around me were my competitors. All I could say to them was, I can't do anything. I can't even get out of bed. Can you please take care of the weddings that I have? All my competitors took care of all the weddings. But till today, those clients remain my clients. The moms at my son's school, they made a whole schedule of meals, and every single day for the next month, I was being delivered food outside my door. For a whole month, I didn't need to cook or even go to the groceries. The level of love, empathy, and connection that I received from everyone around me helped me to stay connected and to be present with my son and to be able to see the beautiful things in life again. And that leads me to my number 3. How would all these people know what I was going through if it wasn't for being vulnerable? Being vulnerable can be very, very scary, right? It puts our guards down. When you are vulnerable, you let everyone see what you true are. And it's vulnerability what puts me right here in front of you. This is it. This is Nadia Duran. You have heard everything from me. You haven't heard it from someone else. It's me being vulnerable that puts me in front of you. And although it's super scary, it is also so nice because I don't have any weight off my shoulders. When you are vulnerable, you are able to create because there's a lot of love that comes out of you. And I want to ask you, what version of yourself do you allow people to see? I really, really hope that what I want to share with you today inspire you. We only have one life. Whatever is it that you're going through, don't fight it. Embrace it. No matter how shit is going through right now, embrace it. Own it. Own who you are and share it with other people because you never know who else is going through the same. When I open up about my hair problem, so many women came to me and they said, I had suffered the same. When I open up about depression, a lot of women came to me and they said, I suffered the same after giving birth. When I open up about grief, a lot of people have lost a loved one. Open up, share your feelings. Don't close up. Remember, we are in the business of creating. And when we connect with ourselves, we are able to see beautiful things in life. Thank you for listening.
Let's stage.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Can I just say, I absolutely admire your courage for sharing that journey here with us. I must say, it's been our privilege, the fact that you opened up to us, because I must say, as a new mother, I dealt with postpartum blues. I can relate to that. I had a friend in the audience just this morning was sharing everything that she's dealing with her divorce and what's happening. And again, there's work that's involved and all of it, pretty much the same story. And I'm sure she's somewhere there and she can relate to it. And everyone here is in the business of creativity. And I love the fact that you talk about you've got to be vulnerable because it's the birthplace of joy, creativity. But I think being creative is also about being vulnerable because you're putting your creations out there in the world, and that's what each and every one of them here do. As event stylists, as designers, as event planners, we as artists. I mean, you have to be vulnerable to be creative, and you have to be creative and be vulnerable as well. So thank you for sharing that with us. As an industry here, they're especially reeling from a recent loss. So they're all trying to figure out how to cope with that. I'm sure your talk helped with that. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Can we hear it for Nadia Duran, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to set the stage for our next panel. While we do that, we're going to take a moment to thank some of our sponsors as well.
Check, check. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Niharika Kumari, an MC. I'm here yet again to thank all our sponsors for SIWPC 2023 and thanking our SSP events powered by Scientist Artwork Partner, Wings Tech Structures Expo Fabrication Partner, FNU Production House, Staging Partner, Music Studio, Entertainment Partner, The Seating Project, Furniture Partner, Sugar Brew, Ice Creams, Ravishing Floors, Platform and Carpet Partner, SSK Enterprise and Event Production, Draping Partner, Accor Raffle, Fairmont, Premium Lounge Partners, Prakash Lights, Lighting and Lighting Partner, NM Company, Waterproof Shed, Gear Shack Backline Services, Backline Partner, Sky Gold, Coffee Partner Stall, Planet Pro, LED Partner. I'd also like to thank Dot Production, LED Partner, Balaji Supply, Furniture Partner, Violet Worldwide, AC Rooms for Chef, Selfie Box Madan, the Selfie Partner, Radhika Charitable Trust, Patron, Green Apple Production, Vandana, Trussing Partner, Namdhari Audio, Audio Visuals Partner, Namdhari Tent House and Decor, Green Room Partner, Pro Events India, Production Support Partner, Audio 7, Staging Partner, The Silver Lining, Mementos Partner, Krishnaveni Printers, Flex Printing Partner, Leo Entertainment, SFX Partner, Event Affairs, Luxury Furniture Partner, Wedding Vows, Flamingos, Treo, Antique World, Chandelier Partner, SD Power, Genset Partner, Tahar Sound and Lightning, Lightning Partner, Avinash Rao, Light Designer, SV Lightning, Ambience Light Partner, Ahmedi Tent Partner. Well, can we have a big, huge round of applause for all our sponsors and co-sponsors? Well, SIWPC Global 2023 is extremely thankful for each one of you. Thank you so much.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, now that the people at the console have been kind enough to unmute my mic, thank you. We're moving on to our next panel for the day, which is called Every Day We're Shuffling. I like the name. Everyone's in the mood to be dancing right about now, I can tell. They're going to be discussing education, training, and technology. I'm not going to take too much time because I want them to do the talking. Please put your hands together. Join me in welcoming your moderator, Mr. Sagar Pingali from Cat Pro Events. Very, very active in EMA as well. A man who needs very little introduction in Hyderabad or anywhere in India. Thank you, Sagar. Over to you. I'm also going to introduce all of our panelists who are going to be joining him on stage. We have Mr. Mahavir Sharma from Swishin Events, who's the current president of the Federation of Rajasthan Event Managers. Welcome, sir. Huge fan of the plethora of events and IPs that you work on. Absolutely incredible. The Jaipur Literature Festival is my absolute favorite. He does some amazing and incredible events and IPs. We also have our keynote speaker from yesterday joining us on this panel. From Krishna Parijata, we have Miss Vijayalakshmi Rudrapan. Welcome back, the voice of sustainability in this audience. We hope to hear from you again. And for those of you who don't know, I began my career in pageants. The next lady I get to introduce began her career in one of the most popular pageants in town, which was Miss Hyderabad. She was handling that IP oh so consummately for very many years. And from there, she moved on to Pink Pagadi, which has been absolutely fabulous in the wedding space. She's also the Joint Secretary of TCEI, the co-convener of SIWPC. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a short video for you before I welcome the lady on stage. Can I just say I absolutely love the name Pink Pagadi, and I also like the fact that the audience did my job for you. Like they introduced the lovely Farah Kudari. Thank you for joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. We've introduced him as one of our sponsors before, but did you know that this gentleman has had the time to get 5 degrees? My. You have to ask him how he managed that. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Anil Bernard Davis. Welcome, sir. We'd love to have you join the panel on stage as well. So much to learn, so much to take away, and I love the fact that you're on a panel about education. Only makes sense with 5 degrees there. I'm definitely going to catch you later and understand how you manage time, or if you have a time turner. Over to you, Sagar.
So going straight down to the topic at hand, what I'd like to begin with and learn from you guys is in today's date of multitasking and detailing and stuff, when you have events happening, how do you ladies actually handle the multiple things that you have to do at one time, at the same time, and do it well and effectively enough? I'll start with you, Vijay, maybe.
I guess I'm not into the total event management, so perhaps being in the vertical of just styling and design and decor, it's perhaps a little less stressful. Hello? Is that okay? Yeah. No, being in only one portion of the whole industry perhaps makes it less stressful for me because I'm only, have to style, design, and execute the order. I'm not into the total event management. But that in itself, when it's time-bound, can get stressful, especially when you get venues, just a few hours or maybe 12 hours or 24 hours ahead of time and, to meet up to expectations. But I mostly realize that I need to keep myself aware of the fact that we are doing a temporary job. I need to keep safety in mind, and sometimes the sort of detailing that harasses, that you get bothered by, doesn't make such an impact in the overall things. You might find a little thing a little off here or off there, but in the total picture it doesn't. So if you're going to lose your cool about those small things, then things don't progress. So I just keep deadlines in mind, and I look at the overall picture and start working towards that. And that's how I manage the event as it is. But between work life and working and your personal life, I think I started a little later on in my life, so I didn't have the sort of issues that younger entrants have with regarding to young children and family. But having family support helps, as always. If you have your in-laws or parents or siblings who will take on for you, there's nothing like that, even good friends, and that's how I've managed.
So great, let me take it to the next lady on the panel here. Farah, considering the fact that you and Srini both are in the event space and both have to do multiple things at the same time, different possibly locations, how do you handle the stress and how do you handle the detailing?
I think initially when we started off, it was really, really difficult because being new into the industry, you do not know the tricks of the trade, saying that what could happen and what could not happen kind of a thing. But over the years, we have realized that you could really prepare for your multitasking because especially if you look at weddings, they come in a certain season. It's a very muhurat based, or it is like or depends on your auspicious days. So now what we have started doing is, obviously it is pre-planning, okay? With so much of information available online, earlier you used to have to find a pandit to figure out what used to be the auspicious dates of that year. But now, January 1st, you say Muhurats of the year, Marwadi Muhurats, Telugu Muhuratams, everything is, online. And you start preparing. So what we do is when it is off season, we prepare a skeleton of what we want to do in the upcoming season. You mostly know it's the same venues and it is more or less the same destinations that you're more or less working with. So you know the outer structure of what you're going to be doing. So that has kind of put a format for us in place in office. So in the off season, we're doing that, and all that you have to do during the season time for multitasking or handling multiple events is that you just have to fill in colors into what is going to come up or take place in that season. So I think that is how we've been working that out.
Looks like you're more or less sorted. So let me get to Mahavir here. Mahavir wears multiple hats, multiple businesses. You are socially and professionally very active in other groups and in different business sectors. How do you take on the event stress part of it and the other business sectors, like you're also an angel investor, you're into other spaces. How do you handle that?
Yeah, so, stress to me gives me a high. I just love it. Because I think the energy that comes with delivering things on time and being good and a perfectionist, all of that has to fall in place. And no matter what business I'm doing, whatever I'm doing, I can do multitask. And it really puts me, so when I'm in an event space stress, my startup stress, it de-stresses me from that stress. Every stress is different. A child crying and handling is a different stress. Fighting with your husband, your spouse, is a different stress. So one stress relieves other stress for me. That's one when I do multiple stuff. Number two, I have a 3-step formula when in stress, in events, in weddings, in multiple stuff that I'm doing. Always have a backup plan. I always have a backup plan. Rain, thunderstorm, I will have something that I will do, even if it's not 100% of what was promised. Number two, irrespective of that backup plan, be prepared for the worst case scenario. Because shit will fall through and it will happen, and which is okay, own it. Don't run away from it. Stand by it, that you did your best. Plan A, which is planned, backup plan didn't work, and the client was not happy or so be prepared for that. And lastly, once all that is done, have your me time. What it should not let you bother is change your personality or look at yourselves down that you spoiled something or you did some. Don't blame yourselves. Have logical reasoning, plug the loops, but don't let it bother you, because you have to stand up again tomorrow morning and do the same things over and over again. So these 3 steps help me compartmentalize my mind and handle my various stresses and the particular stress on a particular day or particular evening. So that's how I kind of do and handle my stress. And I think all of us should do that, because we have to keep standing irrespective of what goes wrong.
So let me ask you, Anil, how do you go about the multitasking part of life?
I'll be more precise on this particular question. Given you're supposed to deliver about 100 things a day in multitasking level, the 3 things we have to prioritize. First thing is you prioritize what is on your priority, and once you do it, things flow smoothly. And the second is try to delegate the work. Do not put up all your work on your head. Try to delegate to your workforce. And the third thing is, more important, is go for collaboration when you're unable to deliver. And finally, what I do personally is, all the experience what I gained, I don't commit myself to too many events on a particular day. Deliver what you commit with confidence and passion. That is where you make your brand reputation in the market.
So great. So tell me one thing. I mean, I'd like to address this to the ladies personally. I mean, I don't want to be gender biased or anything here, but women tend to have normally more responsibilities from a personal life balance too. So how do you handle that when you're at an extreme peak?
I would start off by saying that I'm very blessed to have a partner who absolutely understands what the industry demands, because we work exactly in the same industry, so he knows how demanding it is. So frankly speaking, because I've not had that much of a pressure, so I might not be able to tell you saying that how difficult it is to handle, but yes, I have seen my colleagues, especially women who are absolutely passionate, and then they have their first baby and then they have to go off the market for some time, and then when you come back, then you've lost in touch with what is happening. There's a problem with the confidence and all that. But I think of late people have started working on that. You've got a support system, then you've got there's so much of information available online that you could update yourself. So I think compared to how it used to be earlier, it is much better now. But yes, I would agree that women still have a lot more responsibility than generally the men do have, kinds.
What's your take, Vijay, on this?
Though my spouse isn't from the same industry, I have almost the same experience as that. I'm not under any pressure that, I'm not at home or not doing something that I should be doing. So perhaps blessed in that way. But that's perhaps from the beginning has been the equation between my husband and myself, that I am pretty independent and that's how I will be. It was never questioned, and I'm happy to be that way. But I do empathize with other ladies who do have issues, and if there's somebody working at Parijata with me who has such issues, we try to support her by, in case there is a need or there's somebody in her family that's not well, we understand and let them, replace her with somebody else, or I take on the responsibility. Because we don't do such large operations as some of the others here, so it's still manageable, and I can replace with other people.
So Mahavir, coming to you, how do you balance this out from a multiple pressure perspective?
See, one thing is that you have to manage your time very well. And I agree with him. You should commit what you can do and always deliver more than what you have committed. So with that mantra, and if you're punctual, if you're doing things at time, and if I have a meeting at 3, and I always have an end time to a meeting. I never have a meeting which is endless. No matter what the business is, who the person is, I put a time to end that meeting always, because I have a next meeting to, and I have left meetings in between saying we'll have to continue this later. See, basically, if you manage your time well, and you manage your own personality and your calmness and coolness inside well, I think managing multiple businesses or multiple timelines or multiple stresses and shuffling between one role to the other is not difficult. And that includes family time, and that includes me time. I mean, I never compromise on me time. I never compromise on my family time. And those are very, very, if you don't do that, then obviously you have a problem of juggling and postponing stuff. And when you postpone stuff, you are creating problems for the later day. So shuffling requires punctuality and a close time to everything.
So keeping in mind that you have short windows, like she was talking in terms of Maurats, fixed dates, you have X number of dates in a year that you all can be busy as in weddings, etc. Now, I'd like to start with Anil here. Like Sahitya was curious about you're doing 5 degrees, and now that you are into the wedding industry and the event industry, apart from the fact that your passion says you do an X amount of work, how do you manage to upskill yourself, taking this to a slightly different level one? How do you manage to upskill yourself? How do you manage to stay current in the current industry scenario? And how do you manage to move your team forward with you?
Basically, what I would like to share is, do not take up events that come at the last moment. You know, I have my clients who call about 72 hours or 48 hours, say there's an emergency event that's coming up. Why don't you take it up? That is one thing I try to avoid most of the time, because last moment events, if you take it up, it stresses you out. You are unable to deliver quality, and finally, all the reputation you need in the market slowly fades away. And what happens at that point of time, you need a good workforce to back you up, which normally no production house it has on its own. So again, what we try to do is we try to collaborate. Once you collaborate, you have to lose your margins, your profits go down. So keeping all things in mind, it's better, what I would suggest is, better not step into that events where the clients come and approach you at the last moment. And I've seen people posting on Insta, 33 days, we have done 3 events, 4 days, we have done 4 successful events. Yes, congratulations to them who have done this, but in the long run, it just doesn't help you out. It automatically, it has an impact, not only on your company's brand, but also it tries to cascade your workforce morale, which is very, very important in this industry.
Fair enough, but where I'm coming from is, in this constantly evolving industry, let's say, I'll take this to Farah. How do you manage to upskill yourself?
So generally the first half of the year and the last half of the year is when you have most of the weddings happening. Otherwise, the mid of the year is more or less which is like an off-season time. So I think the 2 ways that we have realized is the best way to upgrade ourselves is, one is having a good conversation with your industry colleagues, because they are the ones who give you a true picture of what exactly is happening in the industry. And I feel that you should just not connect with people who are, if you're a wedding planner, you don't need to connect with people who are wedding planners, but people handling different verticals, different segments in the industry, talking to them, having deeper conversations, having those networking meetings, going to conferences and things like that, that works. Secondly, we also invest this time on upskilling and upgrading our workforce. So we have a lot of sessions. There are a few sessions that you do and then you go back to your book and then you are trying to prepare for it. And I think these 2 things really, really upgrade you in terms of what is happening. So that's been our way of upgrading ourselves. But I think the best upgradation that you have or you work is like upgrading is through having conversation with your industry peers and colleagues.
So let me take this to a different tack with you, Vijay. considering that all four of you seem fairly okay in terms of handling your pressures, how do you ensure quality in terms of, I mean, one is getting things done at a quality. How do you ensure safety and how do you ensure you are working with the right kind of people to ensure that everything goes off well, apart from the completion in itself? I'm talking about the process.
Having been in the industry for the last 20 years and having grown from a small company to now, we've have a long-term relationship with some of our vendors. So most of my vendors know what I expect and what are the safety standards. Like if I'm working with a lighting person, then I'm very sure about cabling, about no joints, no open joints. Even at the cost of not being able to light up a particular side of the backdrop or thing, I totally put my foot down and say that's not to be done. Similarly with structural things, that is the more difficult thing where we are making a new structure. We have regular carpenters working, but it's not the same as having like a structural engineer come and tell us that this is the load, and that sort of knowledge is not available easily in the time frame that we require. So a lot of times what I do is make the structures well in advance. We do a trial run in our own go-downs, check out whether the structure is stable, and then try to implement it. I can't say that we've always been on spot 100%. There was an event where it was a very large stage. We had 3 mandaps, and it was a new design. We had tested it out. But when we eventually put it out, and 2 hours before the function was to start, one of the karigars who were putting up the flowers, he positioned himself in between the space of 2 pillars and got the whole thing off. So the whole mandap started wobbling. Well, it was at ITC. So I called in the ITCs, they have engineers in the hotel. So he came in and helped us look at it technically and then supported us. So that's how you manage, which is what I think brings us to the fact that we need to get more organized and more professional and more aware of safety standards in the industry.
So what you're saying is you went in this particular case, it's more of a stopgap solution at that particular point in time.
Yes.
How do you think it should evolve going further?
I think we need to definitely have people, when you're doing large productions, people who are qualified. Like when I was listening to Teddy, says he was able to do things because he's an engineer. So when he designs something, he understands how the structure should hold. So either maybe that's a vertical that needs to come up in our industry, that there are consultants, we call them, who are aware that this is how the industry works. So we call them, they come do an assessment or give us something saying this is the design. Does this work structurally? How do I design it to work structurally? This is sort of the weight that it needs to take. That might help, because employing somebody full-time to do that for you may not work financially.
So for our exhibitions, when we do 2-story stalls for Jaipur Jewelry Show, we have structural engineers coming because there will be people going on the first floor. And this is all wooden and plyboard structure, and you need to have strength. So we actually call structural engineers to do the structural check, though the liability and everything is insured, but still we call a structural engineer. So the roles are already there in many large-scale productions.
I think here the challenge is to find them to do it for us for weddings at a cost, because then weddings it becomes,
but ma'am, we've had a similar situation in the past. In fact, the video that you've seen. Okay, so we were supposed to build a stage on a pool which did not really have a base. It was just a fiberglass. Okay, so we flew down engineers from Bombay for it, and they're the one who consulted us, and then they actually drew a full, put a full mother truss with a grid, and then the platform was laid on it and was made sure that it is. And we've worked with a lot of them even in the past, and we do have it, but I would like to add safety and quality comes with the cost. And obviously, if you're hiring these people, you start getting expensive. And I'm sure half the people would here agree that we've been tagged as one of the most expensive wedding planning companies in Hyderabad. Okay, but this is what you get once you pay for it. So I think there is where the mismatch is saying that if you're going to pay peanuts, then we'll have, it's not going to be at that quality level. And I think there is where the major compromise in your safety and your quality comes in, because especially in social events, it becomes a challenge to make your client understand that this is important, because they think we've given it to you, you're the master of everything, whereas we're just the jack of the trade and the specialization is not there. We can only tell you it can be done or not, but we definitely need to hire those specialists to get in there.
So anyway, now that we're going slightly short on time, I'd like to finish with the last question to all of you. How has evolving technology helped you perform better at work, or whether it's weddings or any other of the event spaces? Has it helped, and what is the kind of technology that you've been using?
I'm not a very technically savvy person, and I do not know much about technology, but of the knowledge that I have about technology, what I can say is we are a multi-billion-dollar industry. Okay, and what surprises me that there are no specific ERP, CRM packages that are like absolutely targeted towards us. What we get in market is something that we have to customize, and that is not 100% customization and does not fit in our business model. Now, just imagine if we have these things, okay, our everyday shuffling would like really reduce, and we would end up saving so much time, okay? If we have these processes in place where we could manage our timelines, our sheets, there are so many things. I'm sure the deeper we dive into it, it's going to be like a huge subject altogether. But I feel that this is something that we all need, especially as wedding planners and event managers, and especially wedding planners, I would say. So once we have that in place, that would save us so much time in the day that we would be able to focus more on what we should be doing rather than just trying to fix things that need fixing.
Mahavir, what's your take on technology?
I mean, see, I think technology is evolving, and technology is going to be very helpful. So starting from presentations and creating the right deck and involving AI in it, then communications with your guests or customers is becoming far more technology savvy, and you can actually communicate through bot. You don't need to really have someone responding to messages. So I think, and then of course, I think ESG and environment impact and what we do, so not using plastic and using canvas or paper or recycled stuff, all that is going to be the future. And I think the greener world tomorrow and recycling this carpet or recycling flowers, all of these things are technology dependent. And I think as citizens, as planners, we have to be food being recycled. I think everything has to work through technology, and technology will enable us multiple uses, using old stuff and creating an environment which is livable for tomorrow.
Vijay, what's your take on this?
I think they both said it all, and I'll save you the time by repeating it.
I can say a final word on this. We have enough of technology. The more the technology advances, the more the headache for the wedding planners and the production houses. I think that's
No. The human touch will never lose.
Yes.
Even a bot is answering, but a person telling the same thing is never going to change. So don't worry, we're in safe hands.
So
I know where Anil is coming from. The Instagram and Pinterest pictures that brides come up with.
Today the technology, the clients are more advanced than us.
Agree.
Anyway, though we can go far more in depth into all this, I'd like to thank all of you for your time. We are out of time, so thanks again for participating and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you so very much. And Sagar, can I just say thank you for sticking to that time. How kind of you. Can I request you all to step forward together for a group photograph, please? Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our lovely panelists and moderator on stage. Thank you once again. And to felicitate our eminent panel on stage, may I please welcome the man from Cineyug, Mr. Mohammad Morani. Sir, can we have you join us on stage, please? Ladies and gentlemen, make a little bit of noise. We have Mr. Morani in the house. Welcome, sir. We'd also like to invite Mr. Santosh from Violet Worldwide, and also from Wedding Craft by Sumalata, with nearly 3 decades of experience in this industry. A lady who's also got a keen eye when it comes to silver jewelry that I've been eyeing from off stage here because the pieces are truly stunning. Please welcome Miss Sumalata. Welcome. I can only imagine how beautiful the weddings would be if this is your choice right here in terms of jewelry. Welcome. Thank you for being here with us. May I request you to felicitate the panel on stage? Ladies and gentlemen, I know some lunch will help you revive all of those low batteries. And I promise you, the sooner you clap, the sooner we'll have the next panel, and then we can head to lunch. So hopefully that encourages you to show the panel on stage some love. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you once again to Sagar Pingali, Farah Khudari, Anil Bernard Davies, Mr. Mahavir Sharma, and Vijay Lakshmi Rudrapan. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a few more sponsors we'd like to invite on stage and felicitate. And to do the honors, may I please welcome on stage President. We'll do it during the vote of thanks.
Perfect.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that update.
So now
over to
we
you for
are
our next
moving
panel.
on to the final discussion, final panel. The only panel that stands between you and lunch, and luckily this is the panel that's going to be talking about the art of storytelling. We just couldn't have asked for anyone else. I would like to invite on stage the moderator for the final session on the art of storytelling, the Jalebis. Please put your hands together as I invite on stage Parthiv Tyagarajan, co-founder of WeddingSutra.com. He enjoys mentoring, creating enterprises, writes and speaks on mental health, happiness, culture, and consumer behavior. Pleasure having you here. Thank you so much. Joining him on stage is Mr. Abhijit Bhattacharjee, our very own Abhijit Bhattacharjee. Let me take pride in saying that. A person who created and director of Grand Slam Networks, has his own fan base for creating fantastic IPs for the city. Please put your hands together for Abhijit Bhattacharjee. Ms. Sharanya Gogineni, the minute you look at her, you know what is poise and what is grace, and that translates in the events that she curates. Please put your hands together for Sharanya Gogineni. Next, we have Mr. Pawan Mirchandani, founder of Horizon WIE, event planning company with over 18 years of experience. Could you please invite him on stage? And the visual storyteller from Chennai, Amar Ramesh, Studio A by Amar Ramesh, a fantastic storyteller to have with us here on stage. Let's listen to their stories. Fabulous. Thank you so much. Welcoming all our panelists on stage and handing over the controls to our very own
Parthiv, if I may, we're adding one more panelist on stage. We have our very own convener of the awards.
Ram.
Yes,
Right.
Ram is the word. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Ramesh
K. Muppana
from Impulse India Events. Can I also request you to add a chair on stage?
Good things in life kind of make you wait.
They take a little time, and that's okay.
Right. So,
he's been hard at work putting the evening award show together, so that's completely understandable. We're just grateful to the fact that he could squeeze us in, and he's joined the panel up on stage.
Let's add the chair and also the panelist. Right. So what we're going to do is we're going to start the conversation.
And in true Ram style, he's going to make a bit of an entry slightly later.
That's how we always does it. Okay. So we'll start the conversation. Ram is coming. That corner, that corner, that corner. Thank you. He will join us when he comes, but we would like to start the conversation. So the art of storytelling, Partha Tyagarajan, stage is all yours. Check, check.
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 He was working apparently. He came running.
Check. Check. Right, so it is working. Thank you.
It's good to see the energy levels before lunch. Not yet, just one second.
Check, check, check. It works for me. Check. Oh, maybe it's the Prabha, the Sherlock Holmes in the house. It's my headset that's working, not the handheld mic.
Yes.
Now it's working, right? So
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know it's quite a challenge to moderate a panel discussion before lunch and after lunch, but I promise to make it as quick and fast. And for you just to get to know the panelists here, I'm just going to do a quick rapid fire, so you know those little details about them which you will remember. I will start with Saranya. Saranya, 3 questions for you. Your first job.
It was in Chennai for about 1,000 people. I was overwhelmed,
Okay.
but we pulled it off fabulously.
One destination where you have not designed a wedding, but you want to.
Hampi.
Hampi, great. And one theme which you are looking forward to designing sooner or later.
I think I would like to employ a village, maybe have a wedding in a temple close to a village, and use all the local arts and crafts there and do it completely eco-friendly.
How nice. Imagine designing a village in, designing a wedding in a village and involving everybody there. Nothing can be more inclusive than that. Thank you so much, Saranya.
Thank you.
Over to you, Amar Ramesh. One destination where you're looking forward to doing a pre-wedding shoot.
So I'm big on Tamil Nadu. I run something called Discover Tamil Nadu where I want to unearth the germs of Tamil Nadu. So there's a place called Tenkasi in Tamil Nadu which is beautiful. Many weddings are shot there. Many movies are shot there. So I would like to do a shoot there.
And what was your first job, Amar? That did not related to the wedding industry?
It's interesting. I was taking care of a browsing center when I was in college. So I would go to college in the morning and then in the night I will take care of the browsing center.
How nice. Yeah. So that was your first job. And how old were you then?
18 or 19.
What is the most beautiful gift you've ever received in your life?
That's a tough question. I think my daughter is my most precious and beautiful gift. And to see her grow up, to see how the whole human existence just grows from a small thing, no? It's great.
Nice. Pawan, for someone like Pawan who travels all over the world, I'd like to know where was the last destination wedding which you executed?
Turkey.
Turkey.
My hometown.
Okay. I know you've traveled all over the world and you have planned weddings all over, but one destination where you're looking forward to planning and executing a wedding, where you've not done work yet.
Shamal Sheikh.
Inventive rocks, huh?
That's family.
Great.
They're paying me for this.
Pawan, I know you've been a chef before you ventured into event and wedding planning. But I know after all the days of being out and eating, eating dishes which are dished out by the best chefs in the world, what do you look forward to eating when you go back home?
Masale wali chapati and dahi.
Nice, huh? So you know the way to Pawan's heart, huh? Masale wale chapati and dahi. That is the... Yeah. Thank you, Pawan. Okay. Over to Abhijit. You're the author of the book, Event Management, the Zero Investment Startup Business. But I'd like to know, which is your favorite book?
Well, that is Freedom at Midnight by Larry Collins and Dominic Lapierre. I really got inspired.
Got it.
That book.
Great. Which was your first job, Abhijit?
Well, it was the National Academy of Agriculture Research Management under Indian Council for Agriculture Research. So I come from a secure domain to unsecure domain.
Nice.
So the people thought I'm a maverick when I quit my government job and started my event management journey.
How interesting. We were talking about how in the 90s...
27th year of my wedding anniversary.
Thank you. Finally, the questions to Ram. Ram, what was your first job after you completed your engineering or while you were pursuing your engineering?
My family is into politics and then they're landlords. They thought like education is very important, coming from a hamlet. That's when I had to get into this stream of engineering without interest. Then I took more time than what I'm supposed to take. I took about 7 years to complete my engineering. I'm so proud of it.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I worked for BMW.
Okay.
That's a Hero BMW, the first collaboration
That's
which
right.
happened in '98. I started selling a bike which is worth 29 lakhs.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I'm sure after selling BMWs, selling dream weddings is easier, right? Or dream events.
I sell the weddings in corporate style.
Yeah.
It's like Bangalore's most wanted types. Yeah.
Second question for you. How many hours do you sleep when it's a big event you're orchestrating?
I may act like sleeping, but I don't sleep.
Okay.
Yeah.
You do?
No, I don't sleep. I mean, something or the other running on my mind.
The mind is very active.
Yeah,
so you catch up on your sleep after 3 days?
Kind
more.
of, yeah.
Nice.
Kind of.
One place you have not traveled to but look forward to traveling to soon. It can be in India or abroad.
There's nothing as such. I'm a waterfront lover. So whichever the place, if I feel it's scenic, nice vibe, I would just go there and enjoy. There's nothing in my mind that I have to go here, there.
Great.
I don't plan anything in life.
Great. Thank you. And I think that helps you even manage the plan Bs at events, right? Too much of planning. I know, Pawan. I exactly know which question I even have for Pawan there. But before that, I would like to ask, I'd like to start by asking, I know we don't have much time, but one of the questions is, I think you would be the best person since you're into decor design. According to you, what are the top 3 attributes a client looks for in a wedding planner? So this is a question on wedding planner to a non-wedding planner.
I think deliverables, be honest to what you can deliver and the timelines. That's the first one. Second one is a planner sometimes, and I'm not talking about Shravan here, who I work with a lot, but some people come here and they say, oh, we'll do the design, we'll do everything. And between the client and the planner to the decor person, there's no connect. So the client gets disappointed because their brief is not come to me directly, it's through the planner. So that's the second one. Third one is being present on the day of the event and taking charge of your mistakes, which a lot of people don't do.
Being very honest, saying this has happened and I am responsible.
Yeah.
It takes courage to say it. And whoever it is, if you take responsibility, I think your life is easy.
Yeah.
Because everything in life cannot be planned and everything
Absolutely.
cannot go as per plan.
Yes.
Pawan, my next question for you is, any quirk or superstition you follow before you step in to pitch?
No, not really.
A little prayer maybe?
Prayer is Jai Mata Di and things fall in place. I think overall, probably post-COVID, for everybody of us sitting in this room belonging to this fraternity and industry, I think there has been enough on the plate. So right now, yeah, God is very kind to all of us.
True.
Not really superstitious.
And at least this season, I've had planners even the planners who've complained the most, my God, business, they are like, listen, last quarter was more than I can handle. So you get the pitch, great. You don't get it, you don't win it, it's okay, something better is in store.
Even better.
Okay, great. Ram, can you share the most absurd or outrageous demand presented by a client? And how did you navigate past it?
There's nothing as such. Basically, I have not encountered anything of that sort. But then sometimes, since we, as I told you, like I'm a corporate event planner, we get into the detailing too much. The client was not worried, but I was worried. I can see a variation in the color, which we printed huge. And I was scared that if he gets to know, I'm done. So without even telling him, I took a risk of redoing the whole thing. It has just happened probably an hour before the event. We pasted it, and then we're doing something behind and move this. It was huge. I was holding my heart, like my breath, like the way now I'm speaking, it was like that. But then we were able to manage. That's a very serious affair. It's not just a print. They're very specific about what they do. So it was my mistake. I can't be, someone to damage that. So yeah, we've come across and we were able to manage it. I had a plan, I had a backup plan for everything.
Abhijit, something which is really what you'd call like absurd, outrageous demand. And how did you navigate it?
During the event?
Or even before the event, there was a demand. Yeah.
Well, in my initial days, we used to do a lot of marriage events, and I remember Ramoji Film City has a Mughal Darbar.
Yes.
So I still remember, I don't know whether Mr. Joseph Sundar is there or not. So we were asked to do the, ramp walk on the top of the fort. So that's a real challenge, and finally we have done it. So that was something very unusual, but very exciting.
Unusual yet exciting. Finally, for event planners, there's no such thing as a challenge. It is something only you know what you go through when it's happening. You can't even share it with anybody. When it's all done, okay. Amar, it's your work which makes a planner's work look better. And I'd like to ask you that, according to you, for the world out there, let's make the difference clear between an event manager and a wedding planner.
Yeah, I think that's probably a question that you should ask the others here because they're more, experienced and they are doing the actual job. I'm a photographer. See, for me, it doesn't make a difference, right? Like as a photographer, I'm capturing whatever the decor person has done, the planner has done. What makes a big difference is setting the expectations right. If a planner is hiring me to work with the bride, then I meet not only the planner but also the bride and groom at least a couple of times before the wedding.
Have you ever shot a wedding where you met the bride and groom on the wedding day?
I don't even remember the last time I did that because I hate just showing up and being that stranger there. I never done that. I have to have met them at least in a Zoom call, and I have to have had a WhatsApp group with my team and the bride and groom. And in fact, in our case, the entire team has to meet them, including the editors. So it's very, very important for us to meet and set the expectation right. And for the outrageous things that you had asked.
Oh,
right?
yes. I think I should ask you also that question.
So I have only two answers for that. Yes, I can do it, or no, I don't want to do it. If I am navigating it through and trying to cover it up, trying to adjust, it is going to always land in some issues. So I'm always prepared to say, yes,
but
I will
what
do
was
it.
the most, 2022 has been full of WhatsApp videos. on the most outrageous pre-wedding shoots, right, which have gone viral. And and it's quite interesting that these shoots happened in Kerala, Tamil Nadu. It's so interesting to see how folks here have become so adventurous with their pre-wedding shoots. So funny, adventurous, outrageous, anything, any request from a client?
Oh, so there was a shoot where we had to just chuck out all our cameras and then just shoot in the phones. The client was super happy with the phone video. They just said, okay, this is good. We just shot everything in phone.
And why did you not use your cameras?
In fact, one of them thought they look really good in the phone angles. So we said, okay, we'll not shoot.
Whatever works.
Yeah.
As the cliche goes, some of the most successful wedding planners or even entrepreneurs, they know how to start, and this question is for Pawan, they know really how to say yes to everything, no matter what the client says, and then effectively manage the no's on the way. Yes, but what do you think, Pawan? It's really a part of the job, right?
It is a part of the job. It is a part of pitch. But been in the industry for so many years now. Probably we're very clear with our clients, depending on what is to be committed. Especially, all the brides who come in with these Instagram decor pictures and this is what I want, this is what I want. Parthiv, here I want to ask you something. Why is price tag not written over there with these pictures? ये इतने लाखों का है, ये इतने करोड़ का है. This you will probably be able to ask the bride.
I will always say yes to whatever you say, Pawan. You know that. So yes, I will work on your idea.
Please, because I think our lives will become so much more simpler when there's a price tag attached to the photo. फिर वो मांगना छोड़ देंगे. But yes, so we do try and make things possible. There is never a no, unless the demand is absolutely absurd, which obviously as a company we have certain ethics. A lot of companies even entertain that, but it's each one to own, which is a personal way of doing their own business. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
You know, the one thing which every planner talks about the first meeting, and it's a little tricky question to ask in an audience because every planner, designer has their own little secrets, and it's like almost in a panel discussion like this, I'm asking you to reveal your secrets. Is that, again, this question is to Pawan before I go on to the other panelists. For the client who says, kuch naya, I know at the end of the day, you could have said that, it would have happened somewhere. How do you handle that kuch naya?
Now it actually depends during a pitch when the client says kuch naya. Agar maa baap milte hai and the children, generally in Marwadis, kids come in a little later, that's first the parents. So we're like, sir, we will discuss. First, let us meet the couple. At least for that moment. Arey kuch naya ka fere hote hai.
Entry hota hai.
Entry hota hai, music hai. Kuch naya
batao.
Decor, look, yes. It's a challenge for all of us, honestly speaking.
Gift ke liye kuch naya batao.
Kuch naya batao. So,
ऐसा gift होना चाहता है invitation के साथ जो
किसी ने देखा ही नहीं है. और फिर आप बजट बताओ तो बोलता है देखना भी नहीं है.
वहाँ पे जाके क्रॉफर्ड मार्केट में देख लीजिए.
Exactly, yeah. See, that's the team that understands. So कुछ नया मिले, I think नए के हिसाब से, yes, we do curate depending on where it is, what it is. Like your previous question, what was my most challenging thing? We were doing this, just coming back to that topic, is we were in Cancun at Mexico in Riviera Maya.
Yeah.
And it was a 3-day wedding, 80 rooms, 160 people, all foods, like an all-inclusive, like Turkey. And my client comes up and says, Pawan, fere ke din mere ko Indian khana chahiye. Normally in hotels you at least find Nepalis who can understand Hindi. Well, Cancun mein to ek Nepali bhi nahi tha. And then I started cooking, chefs, because he knew my client said, I know you know how to cook. I said, get me permission from the hotel because it was not an easy-going hotel. He paid the chef, he did everything, and he said, okay, start cooking. I genuinely cooked 4 dishes with rice, no roti, for around 160, 175 people.
Wow.
For me, that's been the most challenging one.
How a planner has has at the right time worn the chef's hat?
So that is something word for me. Coming back to your question of kuch naya, uske liye Jennifer hai. I mean, she's the wife who curates decor and stuff in the company. So I am what I am because of her. I have never told this in any forum. But there's a lot of research, there's a lot of thinking that goes behind it. We also, depending on the venue, things that is possible. We do little homework and go if it's a new destination. कि ये चीज़ यहाँ चल सकती है, ये चीज़ यहाँ हो सकता है. And then we pitch it.
So Pawan has shared some interesting, what I call secrets.
Yeah,
One
I
is...
have to pitch in here.
Yeah,
I just want to elaborate on what you said. See, let's classify. I mean, out of almost 3 decades of experience in this line, we have to classify the client. The first client is a primary client who is aware of his need. He's very, very clear, pakka, this is the design, this is the decor I want. That is a potential customer. Second is you have this secondary customer where he is aware of his need, but he doesn't know the product. So I know that I have to do this. So this is where we have to do a lot of homework. And third is the tertiary customer client, where neither is aware of his need, neither is aware of the product. So the real challenges go for the tertiary client, where we have to do a lot of homework. I'm just talking of, 14% of a middle class budget of what about securities they have. They keep it for their children, maybe sons or daughters' marriage. Now that 14%, that is a huge mass. This is the mass market. When we are going and pitching to the middle class, your perspective has to be different. You have to understand, first of all, what I suggest, take the point from him, is first to understand, first meeting should not be a pitch. This is my very humble suggestion, observation to the industry. First pitching should be, second attempt should be the pitching. First meeting should be understand his cultural ethos, his social dynamics, he's coming from which background. That will really help. And you have to be a very good listener and taking all the inputs. Mind you, if you're targeting the first client who is aware of his need and the product, he is absolutely clear that this is what he wants. And he will give you the presentation. This is what I want.
I think the most successful planners are very good at reading the client and they figure out intuitively.
Exactly.
The most planners who are there, at least with the ones who are doing grand destination weddings, they're very clear, 10 CR plus, 8 to 10 CR. Weddings may be most discussed topic, but this is the least documented also. And it is very difficult to figure out who really has how much money. Of course, you can if you have a good network with personal bankers, and of course you're already socializing with the clients. But especially when it comes to NRI clients, I think the most successful planners are very good in knowing who is going to spend 10 to 15, who is going to spend 15 to 10, 15 to 20, and who are under 10 CR. We're not even talking about the upper middle class here. We are talking of the HNIs and ultra HNIs. This is what really has happened right now, given the budgets. But I'd like to share something. What a very, very senior wedding planner told me in the days before Google came in. Today, you Google, you're able to download some company information, tell your accountant to just do some search. She told me this way back in 2000. She was the first planner I interviewed when I started Wedding Sutra. She said, I get to know about my client by eating at their home. When I go to their home, I see their home, I know what is the kind of stuff which would interest them. The food which is served, again, talking of what Pawan said, if you're only going to be served traditional Indian food, he as a planner, even if the client has not given the brief, he will know what kind of food has to be served. Recently a client told me, when a client finished the recce at the hotel, she just told my planner friend, please come to my house next week. And she said, when I went to her home, I was astounded with the way service was done. And she said, my client told me in all humility, this is the way I serve at home. I'm not saying the hotel has to match that standard for 400 or 500 people. But she says, that is what was an eye-opening thing. And finally, of course, we all know, you spend a couple of days at a client's place office, the way they treat their staff, is what even will give you an indication of how they're going to treat your team. Even if they are good friends of yours, you are mentally prepared about how you're going to. So I think finally it all boils down to, we are talking of the pitch. And I'm sure, Stravanya, you have a very, very intuitive way of even figuring out. Am I right? Do you figure that out very often? Have you really gone wrong sometime?
Actually, Abhijit is very right. Even when clients call me and say, I know what I want, come with pictures, come with a pitch, I never go. In fact, I don't even take my iPad. I say, no, I want to come to your house. And simple things like how they receive you on the door, right? What do they offer you to drink?
How do they talk to each other?
How they talk to each other.
Imagine if the parents have had a fight.
Yes.
At that time itself, you know what you're prepared to, right?
And I also agree with Pawan when he says, meet the kids. A lot of times parents come to me and they say, oh, we want this. And the kids have no interest in the wedding and they're so unhappy because this is not what they wanted, right? So now I've gone wrong when I've listened to the parents. But now I don't do it.
Well, Pawan, don't get mad with me, but this is something I want to share about Pawan. I have met Pawan maybe best buddies with the parents, but he really knows how to party with the youngsters also. And I have met some youngsters who don't even have marriage on their mind. And you know what they've told me? When I get married, Pawan uncle will plan my wedding. Huh? Because he really knows how to keep them happy at a party. Yes? Okay. So that's...
I'm going to let you recover from calling him uncle on stage and wrap this panel up.
Oh, yes.
Can I give you a minute, please?
Sure. Ram, anything you'd like to share on the pitch?
This, as everybody expressed their views, it's as Abhijit clearly said, first understand your client. Don't go with, some things, don't go to influence them. Just take what is there, but be open to their ideas. Go with the butter. You can tell them, I can make a jalebi for you. I can make a sweetest jalebi. I can make a sour jalebi. So give them that confidence that this guy can do anything. That's what is more important. Giving them the confidence and making them feel, okay, I can trust this guy and he's my man to go. So that is the confidence that you have to create in client's mind. So how you pitch, first work around that, rest will follow.
Great.
Yes, that's what. Yeah.
I have one last point
Sure.
to add. See, many times I also think, yes, listening to the clients and all that, but in the photography industry, for me, I also feel like sometimes the client actually doesn't know what they want. I can tell them what they want, and then I have at least 10 or 15 ideas, crazy ideas that I want to execute, and I go with that. And then that really helps me to keep ideas like a bank of ideas to go with, and then show them this is what you might want.
Yes, again, I come back to the same thing. The most successful wedding professionals, they read, they watch, they listen, and they read, and then present accordingly. And of course, what really happens in the presentation and what really is going to happen 6 months or 1 year later is a different story altogether. And again, the most successful planners know really what to do 24 minutes before or 24 hours before. I know it's lunchtime, but I would have loved to.
The Guru mantra would be low cost, high impact. I think that should be at the back of every wedding planner.
Great. May I request all of you to come forward for a little photograph, and thank you very much for
being
such a great audience.
Thank you so very much.
Wonderful panel.
Such a great audience before lunch. It's not easy.
I also love it. We went from Jalebi Baby to figuring out what do men and women want, reading your client's mind.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Means a lot.
Can I have you all step forward, center stage for a group photograph, please?
Right. I mean, to summarize this beautiful discussion in one line, it's like it's not about what you have, it's about what they want. And to felicitate this fantastic panel, I request Kenisha Sabnani to please join us on stage along with Dharampal Singh, VP TCEI, Pawan Agarwal, Treasurer TEFA, and Raja from Design by Raja. Request all four of you to please join us on stage. There's Kenisha. There is Dharampaji. There is Raja. Pawan Bhai, if you're around, request you to please join us on stage. Right, and to start the panel on art of storytelling, Ram's entry was a story in itself. Right? Who you think is your customer, you keep them waiting for a little while just to pick their curiosity and then go in and floor them. Such an amazing panel we had. Everybody rich in experience, and also the way they shared it today was just amazing. Thank you so much. One quick picture of the entire team on stage.
I definitely have a feeling at the next event you're going to be using that music and trying to enter like Ram. I have a feeling this is going to happen.
Well, that was planned. It surely did not come across as an accident to me.
But can I just say, what style, what swagger, and what a fun way to get a panel started. I mean, right before lunch at 3 p.m., I think you need an entry like that to get everyone's interest going.
Ready and away.
Thank you for
so
that,
much,
sir.
Ram.
What an entry.
That was a masterclass in storytelling.
Yes.
That's Ram for you.
Quite
Thank
the
you,
silver fox
Chief.
who made
Thank
an
you so
amazing
much.
entry.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Chief.
It was lovely
Thank you,
listening to all of
Sharanya.
you. Thank you. How kind of you. And I love the truth bombs you drop on stage. It's amazing.
The price tag we will remember.
And I have a feeling Meta listens to pretty much anything and everything through our phones. They're going to be taking some suggestions. And if we see price tags up on Instagram next to wedding pictures, we know who needs to be calling. We
Right, so
definitely do.
now I would like to invite on stage Mr. Ravi Bura, General Secretary, TCEI, Mr. Balram Babu, President, and Shravan Madiraju, Convener, SIWPC Global 2023, to please come up on stage, because there are a few more who have extended a support in putting together SIWPC Global 2023. We would like to felicitate them before we move on to the vote of thanks, and then the Bhakti Bhojanam. Right, first, please request all three of you to be on center stage. From
Mujhe
the
maaf.
Green Apple Production, request Ms. Vandana to join us on stage, please. From Antique World, Fahim MM, right? Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely. It's there already. Avenue Production House, Fazaluddin, request you to please join us on stage.
From Ravishing Flows, we have Raman. And from Seating Project, we have Sumani.
From Event Affairs, we have Viren Savla. Right, Event Affairs Luxury Furniture, we have Viren Savla. Request you to please join us on stage. From Light Design, we have Avinash Rao.
Our VJ or our visual jockey is Chanakya. Our DJ disc jockey is Wiki.
And Mr. Ramesh Adda from Planet Pro. Request all of you to please join us on stage so that we can say thank you in our own little ways.
And I also love the fact that we've got a small little hint, so we've learned how to turn the page over.
Right, so there is a PTO, and on the other side of the page we have...
I like how event managers are learning here on the fly. Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. From Leo Entertainments, can we have Akash join us on stage?
Mr. Dharampal Singh from Namdhari Events. And from Telangana Tourism Department, Mr. Prabhakar. Request you to please join us on stage.
And
Thank
again,
you.
to everyone that's out here, can we give all of our sponsors a huge round of applause?
Big
Please
round of
make
applause.
some noise.
There you go, there you go.
Can I just commend you on the energy you've had for the last 2 days? It's absolutely infectious.
You can thank the second person in the third row.
I know. I know that the lovely lady there is the wind beneath this man's wings, and I understand that.
Yes.
Thank you once again. None of this would have been possible without all of you stepping forward, supporting us wholeheartedly, being there every step of the way. It means the world to us. Thank you so very much.
For our sponsors who have supported us, it's a little more than a handshake. You will see a warm hug coming your way, because that's how we feel for the support you extended for SIWPC Global 2023.
And there's also like an interesting exchange that goes on there. Those heartfelt words of gratitude that we're not privy to just yet. But hopefully we'll find out about that later.
And to make sure that that conversation happens, we also have an amazing lunch spread, which is called a traditional Bhakti Bhojanam. We will talk about that a little later. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now it's time for the vote of thanks. Ravi Buragaru, the stage is all yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now we come to the concluding part of the two-day Congress, the SIWPC Global 2023. I request, it's been very informative and educative, all the sessions. And at the outset, I thank all the speakers for participating. And Shravan, I request Shravan to do the honors.
I want to thank our title sponsor, the Golconda Resorts and Spa, co-sponsored by Coronation Weddings, powered by SSP Events, and our supporting partner, Telangana Tourism. Hospitality partner, Novotel HICC. Venue sponsor is Hitex. Food partner, Foodlink, FBN Holdings Private Limited, Spicy Avenue, and premium lounge partner, Inventum Global, Accor, Raffles Udaipur and Fairmont Jaipur, Gala Dinner Pattern, Red Rose Mart. And I know this is very quick, we're all feeling hungry, but I am falling short of words. The kind of support the partners have given, this wouldn't have been possible. You know, you have come here, you witnessed a great setup, and you went for the dinner, and the dinner is being changed into today's lunch, and today another venue for the awards. This is all not easy without the support of the partners. This is, and this, you all know, events are never a one-man show. It is an army. And now if I start telling these names of the army, it is going to take much time, but they all do understand. Thank you so much for the support and love.
Here is a list of partners who helped us do this event in 3 different venues. Most of them are our members. To start with, Spicy Venue, Fusion 9, taking care of the food. Netizo, the creatives which you have been seeing for the last couple of months, done by Netizo, a Chennai-based company, which has given a lot of fillip to our campaign. The marketing and tech partners, please give a round of applause, please. Parthu ID Solutions for the ID cards which you are wearing with the lanyards. Friends cards for your invitation and the hampers, room hampers. And Patso for the visual partnership. Anil Carnation is the decor partner here. The entire decor was done by him. And our international launch partner, Inventum Global. Then we have Panache, sound partner. Vijay Lakshmi, silent power genset partners. Over lighting and power for scaffolding and also generator. We have used around more than a dozen gensets to run these shows at these different avenues. And we have grand suppliers, the grand sofas which are seating and the seating arrangement done by grand suppliers. The printing partner, Cajun Xerox. The PR partner is Totem, where, you know, today's newspapers, if you see, more than 20 newspapers have covered our yesterday's event. Then hospitality partner by Event Elements, the logistics and the rooming and other things taken care by Gauzen team. Miles for the travel partner. OneDrive is the ground transport from airport pickups and drops and local running. OneDrive, and NITHM is our knowledge partner. NITHM is the National Institute of Tourism and Health, Hospitality Management. Joe and Company is our traditional decor partner. Ayana, the dance troupe, the scintillating dance which they performed yesterday. And the coconut water partner is health drink, for the health drink. And Coke is a beverage partner. Magazine partner is Wedding Affairs. And the powered by partner of this big event is SSP Events. Our member Devendra Shastriji, and artwork partner, all the visual designs and all have been done by our artwork partner, Mr. Scientist by Sons. And Wings Tech Structures is the expo fabrication partner. Thanks Manoj Bhai for that. And staging partner is FNDU Production House, Fazal Bhai. Music Studio Entertainment partner. The seating project is furniture partner. Sugar Brew is ice creams partner. Ravishing Floors is the platform and carpet partner. SSK Enterprise and Event Production is doing the draping partner. The drape which you see all around the venue, inside all the walls and covered by him, and the ceilings. Prakash Light for lighting. NM Company for water food shed. Gear Shack backline services for the backline partners. Kyle Gold is a coffee partner. Planet Pro is the LED partner. And the list goes on. So Balaji Supplying Company for the furniture. Violet Worldwide for AC rooms for the chef and the kitchen areas. Selfie Box by Madan. Radhika Charitable Trust as a partner for this event. Green Apple Productions is trussing partner. Namdari Audio, the audiovisual partner, the lighting and the audio system in this hall. Namdari Tent House for the green room partner. Pro Events India is the production support partner. Audio 7 is the staging partner who has done this beautiful stage for us. The Silver Lining Mementos partner. Krishnaveni Printers is a flex printing partner. New Entertainment is the SFX partner. And Event Affairs is a luxury furniture partner for this event. And Flamingo Trio. And Antique World is Chandelier partner. SD Power for again gensets. Tahir Sound Lighting for lighting partner. Avinash Rao is a lighting designer who has done this, helped in the show running. And SV Lighting is a ambience light partner. We have a specialist in that, SV Lighting. And Ahmadiyya is another 10 partner. And there are many more people who have been supporting us. Raja, Lavlina, Srivalli, Sharon Kandala, the list goes on and on.
And my sincere gratitude to all the speakers and advisory board who flew in from Edgardo, Teddy, Nadia Duren, and there are, to name few, if you see Pawan Mirchandana, Pawan, only on a single call, all the way he flew from Dubai, landed today morning to attend this session. Such a love, bro. Thank you so much. And just because there was a delay with 1 hour of delay, we've shifted a lot of speakers from yesterday panel to today, and they've all adjusted their schedules and all. This is just pure love towards the friendship and the industry. Thank you so much, and we will not forget what contribution you have done for SIWPC Global. And this is not just for SIWPC Global, this is for our industry. Thank you so much.
And we'll meet again same time next year, and we'll announce the dates very soon. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And now I would request the AV team. You guys have goofed up and missed me while opening. So I want you guys to do that while we are closing with a great success of SIWPC Global 2023 Edition 2.
Go to the center. Go to the center. 3 of you. So in our industry, there is nothing called a miss. There might be a delay, but there is never a miss. We missed playing the entire, the video, the audio, and the lights at the opening yesterday. But we want to do that once again, just so that we know what was planned. Okay, to the team there. Thank you so much. Can we have the effect, please? to make SIWPC Global 2023 a success that we are right now about to celebrate. Request everybody from the team to please come up on stage. Without you, this just wouldn't have been possible. Request the entire team that has run around, spent sleepless nights, made those endless calls, leaned on power banks day in, day out to coordinate and make this happen. Request all of you to please come up on stage. Without your contribution, this just wouldn't have happened. You know who I am talking about. You don't have. Thank you so much. You just don't have to wait for me to call out your names. You know you've been a part of this and you deserve to be here. Thank you so much. Kenisha, Rishabh. Thank you, buddy. Lovely to have you here. Our very own Dada Saurabh Sureka. Rishabh, the man who managed everything from the background. The podium microphone, please. Can you please turn the podium? Oh, there is a buddy who's been running around with all of us.
I would like to introduce my team co-convener Saurabh Sureka and Farah Kudari. I think Farah, are you here, Farah?
Half of you come over.
Yeah, I think the rest of the team is working on the other two setups. But we had a team of army around 82 people. 82 event managers were working for this magnum opus. Do you want to say some words? Thank you.
नहीं खड़े रहेंगे. अरे लोगो आ रहा है, लोगो नहीं आ रहे.
And while we're wrapping up, ladies and gentlemen, we want to inform you that lunch is being served at Hitex, courtesy of Spicy Venue. So please do, I know it's late in the hour, but do enjoy the lunch. It's promised you. This Banti Bhojanam is going to be incredibly yummy considering the lateness of the hour and the deliciousness of the food. Hip hip!
Hooray!
Hip hip!
Hooray!
Hip hip!
Hooray! Action now moves to Hitex where there's a traditional lunch being served and we say serve, we will be the ones who will serve you. So join us there and let us serve you a traditional Banti Bhojanam.
And don't worry, well,
thank you.
We have an amazing awards night tonight. But this is me, Sahitya Jagannathan, signing off for
And this is me, Harish Bharadwaj, signing off on behalf of TCEI. Thank you so much, man. Somebody call it out.
Thank you for being a sensational audience. But before we do wrap up, we would be remiss if we did not thank two of our lovely sponsors who are here with us. Can we have a representative from Miles to join us on stage and a representative from SD Power?
Pleasure having you.
We would love to have you on stage, honor you, felicitate you, celebrate your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Not many people confess that, but thank you so much for saying it. Vishal, requesting Vishal to please join the team on stage.
We'd also like to invite Akshat to join them on stage. Come on, Akshat, join them. Congratulations on a job well done. Thank you once again.
The man who's there for everything, the man Friday, the man Saturday, and the man Sunday. Thank you so much. You've been a pillar of strength. Thank you. I think we are in the process of building the second line of leadership by catching them young. Really, really young. Thank you so much, man.
We'd also like to invite Mahi Agarwal from Mystic Studio, our entertainment partners. Welcome. Thank you once again. Thank you for the incredible support that you've offered us on this amazing journey.
Careful, bud. Careful, careful. Thank you, Mahi.
Harish, may I encourage you to join me on stage so we can wrap up together, if that's okay with you?
Okay, we could do that. Right, let me do the honors of announcing the name of, what's your name by the way? Sahitya Jagannathan, the person who has held this whole thing together along with me. An absolute live wire.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me.
Recreating the magic that a lot of people experienced in Chennai. In fact, you've taken that a notch higher. Now the standards for everybody, including you, is set so high. How are we going to do that? Sahitya Jagannathan, all the way from Chennai, joining us at SIWPC Global 2023 and owning it like no one else's business. Thank you once again, Sahitya, for being the magician with the mic and maybe even without.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
And you also cut short my introduction during my panel, and this is how you pay back now, right?
Considering the fact that this gentleman took 25 minutes to introduce panelists, I'm not quite sure I'm going to return the favor. But ladies and gentlemen, the man with the wit, the words, the sense of humor, who's been an absolute pleasure to co-host with. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for one of your own, a man who likes to call Hyderabad home, Harish Bharadwaj.
Thank you so much. So Sahitya, to answer your question, why do I call Hyderabad my own city? It's not about the city, it's about the people. Look around, the people that I rub shoulders with, they make the city special.
And can I just say, in my short experience, I understand this is a hospitable city with amazing people who adopt you and treat you like family. So I get that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you once again.
But for now, the video from Spicy Venue, the guys who are already spelling their magic at Hitex Hall. So we'll check that video and then walk towards Hitex and enjoy the Bhakti Bhojanam. Thank you so much, Harish Bharadwaj, and
this is me, Sahitya Jagannathan, signing off.
On behalf
Thank you.
of TCEI. Thank you. Have a great evening.